Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Have you ever found yourself overwhelmed by stress, unable to stay calm amidst the chaos of everyday life? Imagine if you could navigate life's storms with an unshakable sense of peace and composure. This is the promise of Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has guided countless individuals toward a more resilient and fulfilling existence. In a world filled with uncertainties and challenges, the teachings of Stoic philosophers like Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius offer timeless wisdom that can help you maintain inner tranquility no matter what life throws your way. In this video, we will explore 15 profound lessons from Stoicism that can transform your approach to life's trials and tribulations. These principles, grounded in the art of emotional detachment, mindfulness, acceptance, and more, will equip you with practical tools to cultivate a calm and composed demeanor. Join us on this journey of self-discovery and learn how to apply the ancient wisdom of Stoicism to achieve inner peace and mastery of your emotions in the modern world. Let's delve into these invaluable teachings and unlock the secrets to a serene and resilient life. 1. Develop emotional detachment. Developing emotional detachment doesn't mean becoming cold or indifferent. Rather, it's about cultivating an objective perspective on outcomes and external events. Imagine you're preparing a project presentation for months, and despite your efforts, it doesn't get the approval you hoped for. Instead of spiraling into disappointment and self-doubt, Stoicism teaches us to recognize that the outcome is beyond our control. We can control only the effort we put into our work and our reaction to its reception. Take, for example, a Stoic practice known as view from above. Picture yourself as a bird soaring high above your city. From this vantage point, your problems, which seem monumental up close, appear much smaller. This mental exercise helps to detach emotionally from the intensity of immediate situations, providing a broader perspective and reducing emotional turmoil. Additionally, consider the practice of imagining you're a third-party observer of your own life. For instance, if you receive harsh criticism at work, instead of immediately feeling hurt or defensive, pause and imagine how you would advise a friend in the same situation. This shift in perspective allows you to respond with rationality and calm, rather than being swept away by immediate emotional reactions. By cultivating emotional detachment, you empower yourself to face life's ups and downs with greater equanimity. This practice helps you maintain inner peace and focus on what you can control, your own responses, while letting go of the need to control external events and outcomes. 2. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness, a concept deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy, involves being fully present and engaged in the current moment. Consider the example of a person stuck in a long commute. Instead of letting their mind wander to stressful thoughts about the day ahead or frustrations about the delay, they can focus on the present. They might notice the details of their surroundings, the rhythm of their breath, or the sensation of the seat beneath them. By immersing themselves in the present moment, they can reduce anxiety and find calm amidst the chaos. Seneca, a revered Stoic, philosopher taught that mindfulness isn't limited to serene moments, but should extend to everyday activities. For instance, while washing dishes, focus on the feel of the water, the sound of the clinking plates, and the motion of your hands. This practice transforms mundane tasks into opportunities for mindfulness, helping to ground you in the present and preventing your mind from being overwhelmed by past regrets or future worries. By practicing mindfulness, you develop the ability to live in the now, appreciating each moment as it comes. This focus not only enhances your daily experiences, but also fosters a deeper sense of peace and clarity, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with a composed and resilient mindset. 3. The value of gratitude. Gratitude, a powerful principle in Stoicism, involves appreciating what you have and finding value in every experience. Imagine a challenging work project that didn't yield the desired results. Instead of fixating on the failure, a Stoic perspective encourages you to appreciate the lessons learned and the skills developed during the process. This shift in focus can transform setbacks into opportunities for growth and reflection. Seneca emphasized the importance of redirecting our attention from what we lack to what we possess. Consider the simple act of enjoying a meal. Rather than taking it for granted, pause to appreciate the effort that went into preparing it, the nourishment it provides, and the sensory pleasure of its taste and aroma. This practice of gratitude can extend to all areas of life, from relationships to personal achievements, fostering a sense of contentment and reducing the desire for more. In moments of adversity, gratitude acts as a beacon, guiding you through difficult times by highlighting the positives in your life. This practice not only enhances your overall well-being, but also strengthens your resilience, enabling you to maintain a calm and balanced outlook regardless of external circumstances. 4. Keep learning and growing. The commitment to lifelong learning and personal growth is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic teacher, believed that the journey of self-improvement is never-ending. For instance, if you face a professional setback, instead of viewing it as a failure, see it as an opportunity to acquire new skills or knowledge that will prepare you for future challenges. Consider the example of someone learning a new language. The process is often fraught with mistakes and frustrations. However, each error and correction is a step toward mastery. This continuous pursuit of knowledge not only enhances your abilities, but also builds resilience and adaptability, crucial traits for navigating life's uncertainties. By embracing the philosophy of continuous growth, you cultivate a mindset that welcomes challenges as opportunities for development. This approach aligns with the Stoic belief that we are always in the process of becoming better versions of ourselves. Lifelong learning keeps your mind active, your skills sharp, and your perspective broad, enabling you to handle life's vicissitudes with grace and wisdom. 5. Engage in regular self-reflection. Regular self-reflection is a vital Stoic practice that involves examining your thoughts, actions, and motives to ensure they align with your values and virtues. Imagine ending your day by reviewing your interactions and decisions. Did you act with integrity? Were your responses guided by reason rather than emotion? This daily practice, similar to journaling, helps you identify areas for improvement and reinforces positive behaviors. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, often engaged in self-reflection through his meditations. He would assess his actions and thoughts, striving to live in accordance with Stoic virtues. This habit of introspection allows you to learn from your experiences, correct mistakes, and cultivate a more virtuous and composed character. By dedicating time to self-reflection, you gain deeper insights into your behavior and motivations, fostering personal growth and self-awareness. This practice not only enhances your ability to live a virtuous life, but also equips you with the clarity and inner strength needed to face life's challenges with confidence and serenity. 6. Be virtuous. Living a virtuous life is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. The four cardinal virtues, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, serve as guiding principles. For example, wisdom helps you make sound decisions. Courage enables you to face fears and challenges. Justice ensures fair and ethical behavior, and temperance promotes self-control and moderation. Imagine a scenario where you must make a difficult decision at work. By applying wisdom, you consider the long-term consequences and ethical implications. Courage helps you take necessary actions despite potential backlash. Justice ensures that your decision is fair to all parties involved, and temperance prevents you from being swayed by extreme emotions. By embodying these virtues, you create a foundation for a balanced and harmonious life. Virtuous living not only enhances your personal integrity and relationships, but also fosters inner peace and stability. As you strive to align your actions with these virtues, you cultivate a resilient and composed character, capable of withstanding life's adversities with grace and dignity. 7. Embrace voluntary discomfort. Stoics believe in periodically exposing themselves to discomfort to build mental and physical resilience. Consider the practice of fasting. By choosing to go without food for a set period, you not only appreciate your meals more, but also strengthen your ability to endure hunger and discomfort. Another example is taking cold showers. This simple act trains your body and mind to handle physical stress, making you more resilient to everyday challenges. Voluntary discomfort can also involve refraining from certain pleasures like social media or luxury items to cultivate self-discipline and gratitude for the basics. By embracing voluntary discomfort, you prepare yourself for unforeseen hardships and reduce the impact of minor inconveniences. This practice builds a robust character, capable of maintaining composure and calm in the face of adversity. It teaches you to appreciate the comforts you have and to navigate life's challenges with greater strength and equanimity. 8. The power of acceptance. Acceptance is a central tenet of Stoicism, emphasizing the importance of embracing life as it unfolds. Marcus Aurelius taught that resisting the natural course of events leads to unnecessary suffering. Imagine you missed a flight due to unforeseen circumstances. Instead of dwelling on the frustration and inconvenience, Stoicism encourages you to accept the situation and adapt to the new circumstances. Consider the metaphor of a ship navigating a storm. The captain cannot control the weather, but can steer the ship to safety. Similarly, by accepting what you cannot change and focusing on your actions, you can navigate life's storms with grace and resilience. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation. It's about recognizing the limits of your control and responding wisely to whatever life presents. This mindset reduces stress and fosters a sense of inner peace, allowing you to face life's unpredictability with a calm and composed demeanor. Acceptance, as taught by the Stoics, becomes a powerful tool for maintaining tranquility amidst life's constant flux. 9. Limit. Excessive desires. Stoicism teaches that excessive desires lead to perpetual dissatisfaction and turmoil. Imagine constantly yearning for the latest gadgets or luxury items. This endless pursuit can leave you feeling unfulfilled and anxious. Seneca advises that true contentment comes from moderating desires and appreciating what you have. Consider simplifying your lifestyle. Instead of chasing after the newest car, focus on the reliability and functionality of your current vehicle. This shift in perspective helps you find satisfaction in what is necessary and beneficial, rather than being driven by fleeting wants. By limiting excessive desires, you free yourself from the constant cycle of wanting more. This practice cultivates inner peace and stability, allowing you to appreciate the simple joys and necessities of life. Embracing moderation leads to a more content and serene existence, aligned with the Stoic principle of living virtuously and wisely. 10. Embrace what you can control. Focusing on what you can control is a fundamental Stoic practice. Imagine you're in a traffic jam. Instead of getting frustrated by the delay, concentrate on what you can control, your thoughts and reactions. You might use this time to listen to an informative podcast or practice deep breathing. Epictetus taught that our power lies in our thoughts and actions. For instance, if a colleague behaves rudely, you can't control their behavior, but can choose how to respond. Instead of reacting angrily, you might choose to remain calm and address the issue diplomatically later. By directing your energy towards what you can control, you reduce stress and enhance your ability to handle life's challenges. This practice empowers you to navigate situations with purpose and clarity, maintaining inner peace regardless of external circumstances. Embracing the Stoic dichotomy of control helps you focus on personal growth and resilience, fostering a balanced and composed outlook on life. 11. Practice negative visualization. Negative visualization involves imagining worst-case scenarios to build resilience and appreciation. Consider envisioning the loss of a valuable possession or a significant relationship. This practice helps you prepare mentally for potential losses and fosters gratitude for what you currently have. For example, before a major presentation, imagine possible technical failures or tough questions from the audience. By preparing for these scenarios, you reduce anxiety and enhance your readiness to handle unexpected challenges calmly. Negative visualization, a technique advocated by the Stoics, allows you to face fears head-on and develop a deeper appreciation for life's blessings. It shifts your focus from what could go wrong to valuing what you have, thus fostering a resilient and grateful mindset. This practice equips you with the mental strength to remain calm and composed, even when confronted with life's uncertainties. 12. Foster a sense of community and service. Stoicism teaches that we are all part of a larger whole, and contributing to the well-being of others is essential for inner peace. Imagine volunteering at a local shelter or mentoring a younger colleague. These acts of service not only benefit others, but also enrich your sense of purpose and connection. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the interconnectedness of humanity, emphasizing that serving others fosters a harmonious and fulfilling life. By focusing on community and service, you can shift your attention from personal anxieties to the collective good, finding solace and satisfaction in helping others. Fostering a sense of community and engaging in acts of service enhance your sense of purpose and mitigate personal anxieties. This outward focus aligns with Stoic virtues, promoting a balanced and harmonious life. By contributing to the well-being of others, you cultivate inner peace and resilience, navigating life's challenges with a composed and generous spirit. 13. Understand the transitory nature of life. Recognizing life's impermanence is a cornerstone of Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the fleeting nature of existence, teaching that understanding this transience can help maintain calm and perspective. Imagine enjoying a beautiful sunset. Instead of lamenting its brevity, appreciate its fleeting beauty and the moment's richness. Consider the seasons changing. Just as winter gives way to spring, life's challenges and joys are temporary. By accepting this natural ebb and flow, you can better appreciate each moment without clinging to it or fearing its end. Understanding the transitory nature of life helps you appreciate the present and reduces anxiety about the future. This perspective fosters a sense of inner tranquility and resilience, allowing you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and acceptance. Embracing impermanence, as taught by the Stoics, leads to a deeper appreciation of life's fleeting moments and a more serene outlook on its inevitable changes. 14. Cultivate resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity, a trait highly valued in Stoic philosophy. Epictetus viewed challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities to strengthen character. Imagine facing a significant personal setback, like losing a job. Instead of succumbing to despair, use this situation to develop new skills or explore new career paths. Consider the story of a tree battered by storms. Its roots grow deeper and stronger with each challenge it faces. Similarly, by embracing adversity, you can develop a more robust and resilient character. Each difficulty you overcome adds to your inner strength and fortitude. Cultivating resilience enables you to face life's inevitable challenges with confidence and grace. This Stoic practice helps you see adversity as a catalyst for personal growth, transforming obstacles into opportunities. By building resilience, you enhance your ability to maintain calm and composure, navigating life's storms with an unyielding and courageous spirit. 15. Choose your response. The power of choice in responding to external events is a key Stoic lesson. Epictetus taught that while we cannot control what happens to us, we can control our reactions. For instance, if someone cuts you off in traffic, you can choose to react with anger or remain calm and let it go. Imagine facing a sudden job loss. Instead of reacting with panic, choose to see it as an opportunity for new beginnings. Focus on what you can do next, updating your resume, networking, and exploring new career options. Choosing your response empowers you to maintain inner peace and control over your emotions. This practice aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control, fostering a balanced and composed outlook on life. By consciously shaping your reactions, you can navigate life's challenges with wisdom and resilience, maintaining calm amidst the chaos. In conclusion, in a world where chaos and unpredictability seem to reign supreme, the timeless wisdom of Stoicism offers a beacon of hope and a path to inner tranquility. By embracing the 15 lessons we've explored, from practicing mindfulness and gratitude to cultivating resilience and understanding life's impermanence, you can transform your approach to everyday challenges and find peace amidst the storm. These Stoic principles are not mere abstract concepts, but practical tools that can be integrated into your daily life. They encourage you to focus on what you can control, accept what you cannot, and respond to life's trials with wisdom and grace. Whether it's through self-reflection, voluntary discomfort, or continuous learning, each lesson provides a unique strategy to strengthen your character and enhance your emotional resilience. Remember, the journey to a calm and composed life is ongoing. It's about progress, not perfection. By consistently applying these Stoic teachings, you can cultivate a mindset that embraces life's uncertainties with courage and equanimity. As you continue to grow and evolve, let these ancient insights guide you toward a more serene, fulfilling existence. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Stoic philosophy. May these lessons inspire you to live with greater wisdom, courage, and inner peace, no matter what challenges you may face.
Here are 5 Stoic rules to help you emotionally detach from someone, whether it's a toxic relationship, unrequited love, or a painful friendship. These timeless principles will help you find clarity and regain control of your emotions. Emotional detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you protect your inner peace. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from mastering our emotions, not suppressing them. Imagine being able to let go of someone's hold on you without resentment, finding strength in acceptance and self-reliance. These 5 rules will show you how. In this video, we'll uncover actionable Stoic techniques that are as relevant today as they were in ancient times. Stay tuned until the end, and you'll learn how to turn emotional pain into a stepping stone for growth and resilience. Let's dive in. 1. Focus on what you can control. The first rule is foundational to Stoicism. Focus only on what is within your control. You cannot change someone's feelings, actions, or decisions, but you can control your own thoughts, reactions, and choices. Instead of ruminating over why someone treated you a certain way or wishing they were different, shift your focus inward. For example, if someone ends a relationship, resist the urge to change their mind or dwell on their motives. Instead, redirect that energy toward your growth, whether it's building new skills, strengthening friendships, or exploring personal passions. By detaching from the uncontrollable, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 2. Practice negative visualization. The Stoics practiced a technique called premeditatio malorum, or negative visualization. This involves imagining the worst-case scenario to prepare your mind for acceptance. If you're struggling to detach from someone, envision a life where they are no longer part of your world. While this may seem painful at first, it helps you accept reality instead of resisting it. By mentally preparing yourself for loss, you build emotional resilience. Over time, this exercise allows you to view detachment not as a tragedy, but as an opportunity for growth and freedom. 3. Embrace the impermanence of relationships. Stoicism teaches that everything in life is fleeting, including relationships. When you accept that nothing is permanent, you stop clinging to the idea that someone must stay in your life forever. Detachment becomes easier when you view relationships as part of a natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life is temporary, and clinging to what must eventually pass only leads to suffering. Appreciate the good times you shared, but don't let their absence define your happiness. Recognizing impermanence allows you to cherish moments without being enslaved by them. 4. Reframe your perspective. The Stoics believed that it's not events that disturb us, but our perception of them. If you're struggling to detach emotionally, ask yourself, what story am I telling myself about this person or relationship? Often, we idealize others or attach meaning to situations that don't serve us. Reframe the narrative. Instead of viewing their departure as a rejection, see it as an opportunity for growth. Instead of focusing on what you've lost, focus on what you've gained: strength, independence, and a clearer understanding of what you truly need in your life. 5. Build inner strength through self-reliance. The final rule is to cultivate self-reliance. Stoics believed that true happiness comes from within, not from external relationships. While connections with others can enhance our lives, they should never be the foundation of our emotional stability. Develop habits that nurture your inner strength: journaling, meditation, physical exercise, or pursuing hobbies. By building a life that fulfills you independently of others, you create a strong foundation that can weather any emotional storm. Detachment becomes a natural outcome of knowing that your worth isn't tied to anyone else. 6. Observe without attachment. The Stoics taught the value of observing situations and people objectively, without attaching emotions to them. Detachment often starts with shifting your perspective from being deeply involved to being a calm observer. This doesn't mean you stop caring, but that you view the situation with clarity and neutrality. For instance, if you're struggling with a breakup, focus on observing your feelings without judgment. Instead of saying, "I can't live without them," try, "I feel sadness, but this is temporary." By creating this mental distance, you gain the ability to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. Observation without attachment frees you from the emotional entanglements that make detachment difficult. It's a skill that, with practice, can transform how you navigate all relationships. 7. Limit your exposure. Stoics believed in avoiding unnecessary pain. If seeing or interacting with someone makes emotional detachment harder, it's wise to limit your exposure. This isn't avoidance. It's a strategy to create space for healing and regaining emotional equilibrium. For example, unfollow them on social media, avoid places where you might bump into them, and minimize unnecessary conversations. By reducing triggers, you give your mind the opportunity to process emotions and build resilience. Over time, this distance helps you detach more naturally, without resentment or frustration. Limiting exposure isn't a sign of weakness, it's an act of self-preservation that aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what serves your growth. 8. Detach from the outcome. Stoics emphasize letting go of attachment to outcomes. Often, our difficulty in emotionally detaching stems from wanting a specific result, whether it's reconciliation, validation, or closure. The truth is, these outcomes are often outside our control, and focusing on them only prolongs emotional pain. Instead, adopt the mindset that whatever happens is for your highest good, even if it's not what you originally hoped for. Trust that the future holds opportunities you can't yet see. When you release your grip on the outcome, you free yourself from the chains of expectation and open the door to peace. 9. Practice gratitude for the lessons. Even painful relationships teach valuable lessons. The Stoics encouraged finding gratitude in every experience, good or bad. Detachment becomes easier when you focus on what the relationship taught you rather than what you've lost. For instance, a difficult breakup might teach you the importance of setting boundaries, valuing yourself, or recognizing red flags. By reframing the experience as a lesson, you shift your mindset from victimhood to empowerment. Gratitude allows you to appreciate the past without being tied to it, making emotional detachment a natural process. 10. Accept what is, not what you wish it were. Acceptance is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Emotional detachment often begins with fully accepting the reality of a situation. Resistance only leads to prolonged suffering, while acceptance creates the space needed to heal and move forward. For example, instead of wishing someone would come back or change, accept them as they are, and the situation as it is. This doesn't mean you condone their actions or the pain they caused, but you stop fighting against reality. Acceptance brings peace, allowing you to let go of emotional attachments that no longer serve you. The Stoics believed that freedom lies in aligning with reality, not resisting it. By practicing acceptance, you can emotionally detach with grace and find the strength to move forward. Detaching emotionally from someone isn't about shutting yourself off. It's about freeing yourself to live with peace and purpose. By focusing on what you can control, practicing acceptance and building inner strength, you can transform emotional pain into personal power. Which of these Stoic rules resonates with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more wisdom on resilience and self-mastery, and share this with someone who might need it. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Today, we are setting out to understand anger, a force that often disrupts our peace and clarity. Anger is not an enemy to be feared, but a natural response that can either consume us or be transformed into something constructive. Stoicism teaches us that our emotions, while natural, need not dictate our actions or cloud our judgment. Instead, we can learn to approach anger with wisdom, using it to uncover deeper truths about ourselves. In this session, we'll explore how to meet anger with patience, understanding, and, ultimately, self-mastery. We'll look at practical ways to transform anger into clarity and frustration into insight, allowing us to engage with life's challenges from a place of inner calm and resilience. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from within, and that a truly powerful individual is one who masters themselves, not others. As we go through these principles, I invite you to reflect on how each can guide you toward a more peaceful, fulfilling life. 1. See anger as a signal, not a solution. I've learned that anger often points us toward something deeper, like an unmet need, a boundary crossed, or even a fear lurking beneath the surface. For example, if I'm frustrated with a friend who's consistently late, my anger isn't necessarily about the wait. It's often about feeling disrespected or undervalued. Recognizing this underlying reason helps me to separate the situation from my reaction. Instead of seeing anger as a call to react immediately, I can view it as a reminder to address my needs in a constructive way. This perspective shift takes practice. When I feel anger rise, I pause and ask myself, what is this really about? This simple question can transform anger from a force that clouds judgment into a tool for self-discovery. It encourages me to dig deeper and confront the root issue. Maybe I need to set clearer boundaries, communicate better, or work on my own insecurities. Viewing anger as a signal rather than a solution also makes interactions more productive. Instead of letting anger take control, I take responsibility for understanding and addressing my own needs. This practice has helped me maintain stronger, healthier relationships because I'm not constantly reacting to surface-level frustrations. Instead, I'm tackling the underlying issues, which leads to growth for everyone involved. It's about using anger as a catalyst for change, not as fuel for conflict. 2. Treat patience as a muscle to strengthen. I used to think patience was something you either had or didn't. But Stoic philosophy taught me that patience is a skill, like a muscle you can train and strengthen over time. Imagine waiting in a long line or dealing with traffic. Two situations that used to make me tense up. Instead of getting frustrated, I now see these as little patience workouts. Each time I choose to stay calm, it's like doing a mental rep that builds my patience for bigger challenges. To practice, I start by focusing on my breathing when frustration builds. I'll count each inhale and exhale, letting my mind settle. I might also use the moment to think of something I'm grateful for. For example, if I'm stuck in traffic, I remind myself how lucky I am to have a reliable car or to be heading home to loved ones. It sounds simple, but this shift in focus helps me turn what would have been a stressful moment into a peaceful one. Over time, these small exercises add up, and I've noticed I'm much more patient in situations that used to frustrate me. Whether it's handling delays or managing people who test my limits, patience has become a skill I can lean on. Treating patience as something I can improve has been a game changer, and it's helped me approach life with more ease and resilience. 3. Recognize what's within your control. One of the most transformative Stoic principles is the idea of control. There's so much in life we have zero power over, from other people's behavior to unexpected events. This used to frustrate me endlessly because I felt like things were happening to me. But Stoicism teaches us to focus only on what we can control: our actions, our responses, and our mindset. For instance, if someone acts rudely, it's tempting to take it personally and react in kind. But recognizing that I can't control their behavior, only my response, gives me a new sense of freedom. Instead of feeling like a victim to their actions, I focus on how I choose to react. This shift has been incredibly empowering. I no longer waste energy trying to change things that are beyond my control. Instead, I invest that energy into areas where I can make a real difference, like my own thoughts and behaviors. I also apply this to broader life situations. If a project at work doesn't go as planned, or a trip gets cancelled, I remind myself that while I can't change these outcomes, I can control how I react. Maybe I use that extra time to pursue a hobby or spend time with family. This mindset shift has made my life much more peaceful because I'm no longer fighting against the inevitable. Instead, I'm focusing on what's within my reach. 4. Use mindfulness to catch yourself early. Mindfulness has been a game changer for me when it comes to managing anger. It's easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment, especially when something triggers us unexpectedly. But practicing mindfulness, staying aware of my thoughts and feelings in real time, has helped me catch anger early before it spirals out of control. When I feel that initial surge of frustration, I take a deep breath and focus on the sensation of breathing. This simple act brings me back to the present and creates a little mental pause. In that space, I can decide whether the situation really warrants a big reaction or if it's something I can let go of. Often I find that this quick pause is enough to see things more clearly. For example, if I get a frustrating email, I no longer fire off a response right away. I breathe, let the initial reaction settle, and come back to it when I'm calm. This practice of mindfulness has saved me from saying or doing things I'd regret. Over time, I've become better at recognizing anger as it arises, allowing me to control it rather than let it control me. Mindfulness isn't a cure-all, but it's a powerful tool. It gives me the space to choose my response consciously, rather than being driven by emotion. The more I practice, the more natural it becomes, helping me stay grounded in the moments that matter most. 5. Turn anger into curiosity. I used to see anger as something to suppress or avoid, but Stoicism introduced me to a different approach, turning anger into curiosity. Instead of reacting right away, I now try to ask myself, why does this bother me? This question shifts my focus from the external trigger to my internal response, helping me understand the deeper reasons behind my anger. For instance, if a friend makes a hurtful comment, my immediate reaction might be to feel defensive. But instead of snapping back, I pause and ask, what's really going on here? Sometimes I realize the comment triggered an insecurity of mine, or maybe I'm just tired and more sensitive. This insight doesn't excuse rude behavior, but it helps me respond thoughtfully instead of react impulsively. Curiosity also allows me to see the other person's perspective. Maybe they're dealing with their own issues or didn't mean to come across the way they did. By approaching anger with curiosity, I turn potentially tense moments into opportunities for growth and understanding. This approach has not only helped me manage my anger, but has also deepened my empathy and improved my relationships. 6. Practice empathy toward others' flaws. It's easy to get frustrated with others when they mess up or don't meet our expectations. But Stoicism reminds me to see these moments as opportunities to practice empathy. For instance, if someone makes a mistake at work or acts rudely, I try to consider what they might be going through. Maybe they're stressed, dealing with personal issues, or simply had a rough day. Instead of reacting with anger, I remind myself that they're human too, just like me. This shift from judgment to empathy has helped me stay calm and respond with compassion rather than frustration. It doesn't mean excusing poor behavior, it just means choosing understanding over anger. This mindset has not only made me more patient, but also improved my relationships, as people feel more comfortable around someone who sees their flaws with kindness. 7. Forgive to find freedom. Forgiveness used to feel like letting someone off the hook, but Stoicism has taught me that forgiveness is really about freeing myself. When I hold on to anger, I'm carrying that burden around with me, replaying events that only weigh me down. But when I choose to forgive, I'm not saying the hurtful behavior was okay. I'm simply releasing its hold over my peace of mind. One way I practice forgiveness is by reminding myself, I release this because it no longer serves me. Saying this out loud or in my mind gives me a sense of closure. Over time, I've noticed that forgiveness isn't about the other person at all. It's about choosing peace for myself. And when I let go of anger, I make space for more positive emotions, like compassion and joy. 8. Embrace the impermanence of feelings. One powerful Stoic insight is the recognition that everything, our anger, happiness, even challenges, is temporary. This concept has helped me immensely, especially during tough times. When I feel overwhelmed by anger, I remind myself, this, too, shall pass. Knowing that emotions are fleeting helps me ride out the storm without making impulsive decisions I might later regret. It's like watching waves crash on the shore. They come and go, but they don't stay. Realizing that anger is just a passing wave gives me the patience to let it flow without getting swept away. This practice helps me avoid saying or doing things I'll regret, all because I know the feeling is temporary. 9. Stop expecting others to understand. Sometimes my frustration stems from expecting others to get me, to understand my point of view. But not everyone will, and that's okay. When I let go of the need for others to fully understand or validate my feelings, I feel lighter and more at peace. I remind myself that my inner peace isn't dependent on others' opinions or approval. This doesn't mean I stop expressing myself, but I'm no longer waiting for a specific reaction. By releasing the expectation that others should see things my way, I feel less frustration and more acceptance, creating space for calm and mutual respect in my interactions. 10. Reflect on past anger to build future resilience. Reflecting on past moments when I let anger take over has been invaluable. I'll look back and ask myself, what could I have done differently? Did my reaction help or hurt the situation? This isn't about self-blame. It's about learning and growing so I can handle similar situations better in the future. Each reflection builds my resilience, helping me recognize patterns and improve my responses over time. By understanding how I handled past situations, I prepare myself to respond more calmly and constructively when anger inevitably comes up again. This process has helped me develop greater emotional strength and wisdom over time. Thank you for joining me on this journey to understand anger through a Stoic lens. Remember, Stoicism isn't about suppressing emotions, but about mastering our responses to them. Anger, like any emotion, is fleeting and doesn't have to define us. When we choose patience over impulse, we gain true freedom, the power to shape our own actions and find peace within, regardless of external circumstances. If these Stoic principles resonate with you and you're eager to cultivate more resilience and calm in your life, please give this video a like and consider subscribing to the channel. Together, we can continue exploring insights that bring us closer to inner strength and wisdom. And if you have your own thoughts or stories on managing anger, drop them in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Let's keep building a community centered on growth and wisdom.
Here are 10 shocking signs. Your partner is cheating on you and how to deal with this problem. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship, a foundation upon which love and companionship are built. When that foundation begins to feel shaky, it can leave you questioning not just your partner's actions, but also your own perceptions. Infidelity, though painful to consider, is a reality that many face in their relationships. Recognizing its warning signs is not about paranoia or mistrust, but about understanding the dynamics of your connection with your partner. This article isn't meant to incite fear or cast doubt unnecessarily. Its purpose is to empower you with knowledge and awareness. By understanding the signs of potential infidelity, you can approach your relationship with clarity, courage, and, most importantly, fairness. Each sign presented here is not definitive evidence of betrayal, but rather a signal to examine your partnership more closely. Often, these signs are rooted in broader relational issues that can be addressed with open communication and mutual effort. However, it is critical to approach these signs with a balanced mind. Jumping to conclusions without context or evidence can harm the trust you're trying to preserve. This is where wisdom and self-control come into play, traits Stoicism teaches us to cultivate. Before acting, reflect. Before accusing, seek understanding. And above all, recognize that your happiness and self-worth are not defined by the actions of another. Let this exploration be a guide for those seeking clarity and growth. Whether your suspicions are confirmed or proven unfounded, the process will help you better understand yourself, your values, and your needs. Relationships, at their best, are built on honesty and mutual respect. Let us now explore the signs that may signal trouble, not as a means to fear the worst, but as a step toward fostering greater understanding and trust in your relationship. 1. Sudden changes in behavior or routine. When someone starts acting differently without a clear reason, it can signal that something significant is happening beneath the surface. A partner who was once predictable in their daily habits may suddenly develop erratic routines or unexplained commitments. While change is natural, abrupt shifts that lack transparency can be a cause for closer attention. Imagine a scenario where your partner, who rarely worked late, suddenly has urgent projects keeping them at the office well into the evening. When you ask about their schedule, the answers are vague or dismissive. Perhaps they've taken up a new hobby or activity they never expressed interest in before, but are unwilling to share details or involve you in it. Such changes can stem from many things: stress, personal growth, or even a desire for independence. However, if these behaviors are accompanied by secrecy or defensiveness, they might indicate that your partner is redirecting time and energy away from the relationship. The key here is to observe, not accuse. Note the frequency and patterns of these changes. Are they consistent and reasonable, or do they feel like excuses? Avoid jumping to conclusions. Instead, seek opportunities for honest dialogue. Ask open-ended questions such as, "I've noticed some changes in your schedule. How are things going for you?" This invites a response without confrontation. In relationships, change can either strengthen bonds or create distance. By remaining calm and attentive, you can better understand whether these shifts are part of your partner's personal journey or signs of a deeper issue. Always remember, clarity comes from observation, communication, and above all, maintaining your inner composure. 2. Increased secrecy with phone or devices. In today's connected world, our devices are extensions of our lives. A sudden increase in secrecy around a phone, laptop, or tablet can raise questions. This could include password changes, keeping their screen out of view, or stepping out of the room to take calls. For instance, your partner might start placing their phone face down on the table or become anxious when you're near it. They may lock their device when it was previously accessible or grow defensive when you casually ask about who they're texting. While privacy is important in any relationship, excessive secrecy can signal that something is amiss. It's worth considering whether the behavior is consistent with their usual habits or a noticeable departure. Are they avoiding conversations when their phone rings or quickly dismissing notifications when you're nearby? Before assuming the worst, reflect on the context. Could they be planning a surprise or dealing with personal matters they're not ready to share? Instead of prying, open a dialogue. "I've noticed you've been more protective of your phone lately. Is there something on your mind?" This approach shows concern rather than suspicion. It's important to respect boundaries while ensuring that secrecy isn't eroding trust. A healthy relationship thrives on transparency, even when privacy is maintained. Remember, your goal isn't to control their behavior, but to foster openness and understanding. 3. Emotional distance or lack of interest. Emotional intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together. When your partner begins to withdraw emotionally, it's often a sign that something deeper is going on. This withdrawal can manifest as disinterest in shared activities, a lack of engagement in conversations, or a noticeable absence of empathy and connection. For example, imagine your partner no longer asks about your day, seems distracted during conversations, or avoids discussing future plans. If you share exciting news and are met with indifference or disinterest, it can feel isolating. This emotional gap may leave you questioning what has changed and why. While emotional distance doesn't always indicate infidelity, it does suggest that the bond between you is under strain. Approach this shift with curiosity rather than accusation. You might say, "I've been feeling a little disconnected lately. How do you feel about where we're at?" Such questions can open the door to honest dialogue and potentially address underlying issues. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our reactions and responses. Use this moment to reflect on your relationship's dynamics and how you can contribute to rebuilding emotional closeness, regardless of the cause. 4. Suspicious financial transactions or unexplained expenses. Money often tells a story, and in some cases, it can reveal hidden aspects of a relationship. If your partner begins spending money in unusual ways or has unexplained transactions, it's worth taking note. Signs include new purchases you weren't informed about, increased ATM withdrawals, or strange charges on credit card statements. For example, you might notice charges for gifts you didn't receive, hotel stays, or unexplained travel expenses. Perhaps your partner has less disposable income than usual, yet their explanations don't quite add up. While financial habits can change for many reasons, secrecy or vagueness around money is a potential red flag. Before jumping to conclusions, consider the full picture. Are they under financial stress they haven't shared, or could there be a legitimate reason for these expenses? A calm, non-accusatory approach is key. I noticed some new expenses on the statement and wanted to check in. Everything okay? This shows concern rather than blame. Financial transparency is a cornerstone of trust in any partnership. Addressing these concerns directly but calmly can clarify misunderstandings or highlight areas that need attention. As a Stoic, focus on managing your thoughts and reactions while working toward clarity and truth. 5. Frequent arguments or picking fights. Unnecessarily. Conflict is natural in any relationship, but when arguments become frequent, petty, or seem to arise without clear cause, it could be a sign of underlying issues. A partner who starts picking fights over trivial matters might be using conflict as a way to create emotional distance or justify spending time apart. For example, a small mistake like forgetting to pick up groceries turns into a full-blown argument, or they might criticize you for behaviors they previously accepted. This sudden irritability or hypersensitivity often feels out of place and disproportionate. While arguments are not definitive proof of infidelity, they can indicate that something is disrupting the emotional equilibrium of your relationship. Instead of engaging in reactive behavior, take a step back and evaluate the patterns. Ask yourself, has this behavior become a norm? Is it paired with other concerning signs? When addressing these conflicts, try a calm and reflective approach. I've noticed we've been arguing more lately. Is there something we need to talk about? Such conversations can diffuse tension and invite honest dialogue. The Stoic perspective reminds us that we cannot control others' actions, only our response. Stay grounded, observe without judgment, and focus on maintaining your inner peace even amidst emotional turbulence. 6. Change in appearance or personal grooming habits. A sudden and significant change in your partner's appearance or grooming habits can be a sign that they're seeking external validation. While self-improvement is natural and commendable, unexplained efforts to look more attractive, combined with other suspicious behaviors, might warrant attention. Imagine your partner suddenly starts dressing more stylishly, using new cologne, or spending extra time at the gym. These changes could stem from a desire to impress someone new, especially if they don't involve you or your input. It's essential to consider the context. Are these changes tied to a new job, social circle, or personal goals? If so, they might be entirely innocent. However, if they're accompanied by increased secrecy or emotional distance, it could be a red flag. Address your observations with curiosity, not accusation. You've been putting a lot of effort into your appearance lately. It's great. What's inspired the change? This opens the door for an honest response while showing support for their efforts. As a Stoic, avoid jumping to conclusions or letting assumptions cloud your judgment. Focus on facts and approach the situation with grace and patience. Self-improvement can strengthen relationships when it's shared, so use this opportunity to reconnect. 7. Mysterious new friendships or acquaintances. A partner frequently mentioning or spending time with a new friend, especially one you haven't met, can raise questions. If they're vague about this person or seem reluctant to introduce you, it might indicate they're hiding something. For instance, your partner might reference a new co-worker or friend in casual conversation, but deflect when you ask more about them. They may claim these interactions are purely professional or platonic, but avoid sharing details or involving you in their plans. While new friendships are normal and healthy, secrecy around them isn't. A partner who values transparency will naturally include you in their social life. If you feel excluded or left in the dark, it's worth gently probing. You've mentioned person's name a few times. When do I get to meet them? The Stoic approach emphasizes reason over emotion. Resist letting jealousy or insecurity take over. Instead, focus on observing patterns and maintaining open communication. Trust is built on clarity, and seeking mutual understanding can either strengthen your relationship or highlight areas that need attention. 8. Unexplained absences or vague explanations. When a partner frequently disappears or offers vague explanations for their whereabouts, it can signal a shift in priorities. While everyone deserves personal time, a lack of clarity or consistency about how that time is spent may indicate something more concerning. For example, they might claim they're running errands, but return hours later with no clear outcome. Or they might attend social events or outings, but avoid sharing details or photos, leaving you wondering what really happened. It's important to differentiate between occasional absences and a pattern of avoidance. Ask yourself, have they started cancelling plans with you? Are they spending less time at home without reasonable explanations? Instead of reacting with suspicion, approach the situation calmly. You've seemed really busy lately. What's been going on? This gives them a chance to explain without feeling accused. If the response remains vague or defensive, it's worth noting and observing over time. A Stoic mindset reminds us to focus on what's within our control, our actions, our thoughts, and our choices. Don't let the anxiety of the unknown consume you. Seek clarity, but remain composed, using this opportunity to reflect on your expectations and the relationship's transparency. 9. Decrease in intimacy or physical connection. Physical intimacy is a crucial part of many relationships, and a noticeable decline in affection or physical connection can signal emotional or relational challenges. While it's normal for intimacy to fluctuate, a sudden or unexplained decrease may be worth exploring. Imagine your partner starts avoiding touch, cuddling, or sex, often citing tiredness or stress. If this behavior is paired with other signs of detachment, it could indicate they're emotionally or physically investing elsewhere. However, it's essential to consider other factors that might be affecting them, such as work pressure, health issues, or personal struggles. Avoid making assumptions without first seeking understanding. Approach the topic with sensitivity. I've noticed we haven't been as close lately. Is everything okay? I'd love to reconnect. This opens the door for honest dialogue and helps identify whether the issue stems from external stress or the relationship itself. Stoicism teaches us to temper our emotions and focus on constructive action. Instead of dwelling on what's lacking, look for ways to rebuild intimacy through communication, shared experiences, and patience. A relationship thrives when both partners work together to nurture its emotional and physical bonds. 10. Intuition or gut feeling. Indicating something is wrong. Sometimes our instincts sense trouble before we have tangible proof. A persistent gut feeling that something isn't right in your relationship can be unsettling, especially when it's difficult to pinpoint why. For instance, you might notice subtle changes in their tone, a lack of enthusiasm in their interactions, or an unspoken tension when you're together. These feelings may not come with concrete evidence, but they're often your subconscious picking up on inconsistencies. While intuition is valuable, it's important to approach it with balance and reason. Instead of letting it fuel paranoia, use it as a cue to observe patterns and ask thoughtful questions. Reflect on whether this feeling stems from real changes in the relationship or personal fears and insecurities. Start a calm conversation. I've been feeling a little uneasy lately. How do you think we're doing? This allows for open dialogue and gives them a chance to address any concerns. A Stoic perspective encourages us to trust our reason over unchecked emotions. Let your intuition guide you toward clarity, not confrontation. By seeking understanding and focusing on constructive action, You can either confirm your concerns or find peace in knowing your doubts were unfounded. Solutions and how to approach the situation. Recognizing potential signs of infidelity can be distressing, but how you respond makes all the difference. The goal is not to let suspicion consume you, but to navigate the situation with clarity, wisdom, and emotional strength. Here are some constructive approaches. 1. Open and honest communication. The cornerstone of resolving any relationship issue is clear and respectful communication. Once you've observed consistent patterns that concern you, address them calmly. Avoid accusations or emotional outbursts, as these can escalate the situation. Instead, frame your observations neutrally. I've noticed some changes in our relationship lately, and I wanted to talk about it because I care about us. This approach invites dialogue rather than defensiveness. Your tone and intent should signal your desire to understand and work together, not to blame. 2. Observe patterns over time. One moment of secrecy or change in behavior doesn't equate to betrayal. Look for consistent behaviors rather than isolated incidents. Keep a mental or written log of what you observe, focusing on facts rather than assumptions. This helps you remain objective and prevents impulsive reactions. Patience is a virtue. Let time reveal the truth. Trust your ability to remain composed as you gather clarity. 3. Seek advice from trusted sources. Sometimes an outside perspective can help. Share your concerns with a trusted friend, family member, or counselor. Ensure this person can provide balanced, non-judgmental advice. If your emotions feel overwhelming, a therapist or relationship coach can help you navigate them constructively. However, maintain discretion to protect your partner's privacy and avoid spreading unverified concerns. 4. Focus on self-care and personal clarity. Dealing with uncertainty in a relationship can be emotionally draining. Take steps to prioritize your well-being. Journaling. Write down your thoughts and emotions to gain perspective. Self-reflection. Assess your role in the relationship and whether your needs are being met. Therapy or counseling. Professional guidance can help you untangle your feelings and make sound decisions. The Stoic way teaches us to control what we can, our mindset and actions, while accepting what we cannot. Self-care is essential to maintain clarity and composure. By focusing on communication, patience, and self-awareness, you can address your concerns thoughtfully and respectfully. Whether your fears are validated or not, these steps will help you grow stronger, wiser, and more in tune with yourself and your relationship. Recognizing signs of infidelity is a challenging journey, but it doesn't have to lead to despair. Relationships are built on trust, and addressing concerns openly can either reinforce that trust or bring clarity to what needs change. Avoid assumptions or rash actions. Instead, approach the situation with patience and wisdom. Focus on communication, observe behaviors over time, and prioritize your emotional health. Whether you move forward together or separately, this process will help you grow and develop deeper self-awareness. In the end, remember this truth: your worth is not defined by someone else's actions. By embracing clarity and resilience, you can navigate any challenge with grace and strength, paving the way for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. If you found this content insightful, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more wisdom on navigating life and relationships, and share your thoughts or takeaways in the comments below. Have you noticed any of these signs before? How did you approach the situation? Your experiences could provide valuable perspectives for others. Thank you for watching, and remember, the path to clarity begins with understanding yourself and the connections you choose to nurture.
Have you ever wondered why some people seem unshaken by life's storms, while others crumble at the first sign of trouble? The secret lies in an ancient philosophy that has stood the test of time: Stoicism. Inspired by the teachings of Epictetus, Stoicism offers practical wisdom to remain unaffected by external chaos. Today, we're diving into 12 Stoic principles that can help you cultivate inner peace and resilience. Let's embark on this journey with a curious mind and an open heart, ready to transform our lives from within. Power of acceptance. Imagine you're stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Your heart races and frustration builds. Now pause. What if, instead of fuming, you accepted the situation calmly? By recognizing your emotions and understanding the problem, you can redirect your energy toward finding solutions. Perhaps you use the time to practice deep breathing or plan your next steps. Acceptance doesn't mean giving up. It means choosing a response that leads to positive action. When we embrace the power of acceptance, we unlock a pathway to inner peace and effective problem solving. Acceptance is a fundamental Stoic principle. Epictetus, a former slave turned philosopher, taught that while we cannot control external events, we can control our reactions to them. This mindset shift allows us to maintain our composure and focus on what we can influence. Consider Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison under harsh conditions. Instead of succumbing to bitterness, he accepted his situation and used his time to strengthen his resolve and vision for a united South Africa. His acceptance and resilience transformed him into a global symbol of peace and forgiveness, living according to nature. Picture a tree in the forest. It doesn't struggle against the wind or resist the changing seasons. It grows in harmony with its environment, finding strength and purpose in its natural state. We, too, can find a meaningful life by living in harmony with nature. This means understanding and accepting our limitations, finding peace in simplicity, and aligning our lives with our true essence. By embracing the natural flow of life, we can cultivate a sense of contentment and purpose, much like the tree that stands tall through all seasons. Living according to nature involves recognizing and respecting the natural order of the world and our place within it. This principle encourages us to live authentically, embracing our true selves without pretension or resistance. Consider the life of Henry David Thoreau, who spent 2 years living simply in a cabin near Walden Pond. Thoreau's experiment in simple living and self-sufficiency was an effort to reconnect with nature and understand life's essentials, reflecting the Stoic ideal of living according to nature. Mind control. Consider a skilled surfer riding the waves. They don't control the ocean, but masterfully navigate their board with discipline and focus. Similarly, controlling our thoughts and reactions is crucial for inner peace. It's about cultivating self-discipline and staying present. When faced with a challenging situation, instead of being swept away by emotions, take a moment to breathe and center yourself. By mastering your mind, you can navigate life's waves with grace and stability, maintaining peace even amidst turmoil. Epictetus emphasized that while external events are beyond our control, our thoughts and responses are within our power. This mastery of the mind enables us to maintain equanimity regardless of external circumstances. Take the story of Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor. In his book, Man's Search for Meaning, Frankl describes how he found mental strength by focusing on his inner life and purpose. Even in the horrific conditions of a concentration camp, his ability to control his mind and find meaning in suffering exemplifies this Stoic principle. Overcoming fear and dishonor. Think about a time when you felt embarrassed or fearful. Often, it's not the event itself, but the meaning we assign to it that causes distress. By focusing on self-improvement and inner peace, rather than seeking external validation, we can overcome these feelings. For instance, if you stumble during a presentation, view it as a learning opportunity rather than a personal failure. Shift your perspective to see every challenge as a step towards growth. By doing so, fear and dishonor lose their power over you. Stoicism teaches that fear and dishonor are products of our judgments. By changing our perceptions and focusing on our internal values rather than external opinions, we can overcome these negative emotions. Consider Eleanor Roosevelt, who transformed her initial shyness and fear of public speaking into a strength. Through dedication and self-improvement, she became a powerful advocate for human rights and a respected public figure. Her journey illustrates how overcoming fear and dishonor can lead to significant personal growth and impact. Exercising restraint. Imagine holding a cup of hot coffee. If you grip it too tightly, you risk spilling it. Similarly, exercising restraint in our emotions and actions leads to inner peace and strength. Recognize your emotions, but pause before reacting. Respond mindfully, considering the consequences. This practice not only prevents unnecessary conflicts, but also helps you build stronger relationships. Like holding that coffee cup gently yet firmly. Practicing restraint allows you to navigate life situations with balance and grace. Exercising restraint or temperance is about moderating our impulses and desires to maintain inner harmony and avoid unnecessary turmoil. Mahatma Gandhi practiced restraint through his commitment to nonviolence and civil disobedience. Even when faced with aggression and injustice, Gandhi maintained a disciplined and restrained approach, which ultimately led to India's independence and inspired movements for civil rights and freedom across the world. Firm purposes. Think of a lighthouse standing tall against a storm. It's a beacon of guidance and strength. In life, having firm purposes acts like that lighthouse. Challenges will come, but a strong sense of purpose helps you navigate through them. Reflect deeply to define your goals and values. Stay committed to these, even when faced with adversity. Your firm purposes will act as your guiding light, helping you to remain steadfast and resilient, no matter the circumstances. Having firm purposes provides direction and resilience in the face of challenges. It helps us stay focused on our goals and values, regardless of external pressures. Martin Luther King Jr.'s unwavering commitment to civil rights and social justice exemplifies having firm purposes. Despite facing significant opposition, threats, and personal sacrifices, his steadfast dedication to his cause inspired profound social change and left an enduring legacy. Response to criticism. Imagine being in a crowded room with voices all around. Among the noise, a friend offers constructive feedback. How do you respond? The key is to control your reactions to others' opinions, understand your motivations, and develop patience. If someone criticizes you, see it as an opportunity to learn and grow rather than a personal attack. This mindset allows you to respond with gentleness and composure, turning criticism into a tool for self-improvement. Stoicism teaches us to view criticism as a means for self-improvement rather than a personal affront. By controlling our reactions, we can use feedback constructively. Abraham Lincoln faced harsh criticism throughout his presidency, particularly during the Civil War. Instead of reacting defensively, he often listened carefully and used constructive criticism to guide his decisions. His ability to respond thoughtfully to criticism contributed to his effectiveness as a leader. Anticipating obstacles. Think of a seasoned traveler packing for a journey. They anticipate weather changes, roadblocks, and detours. Similarly, in life, preparing for potential difficulties helps us face them calmly. Envision challenges you might encounter and plan accordingly. Balance your emotions with logic to stay prepared. By anticipating obstacles, you can approach them with a clear mind and a steady heart, much like a traveler ready for any adventure. Anticipating obstacles, or premeditatio malorum, is a Stoic practice that involves preparing mentally for potential challenges. This foresight helps us remain composed and ready to handle adversity. Consider the approach of NASA engineers during the Apollo 13 mission. When an oxygen tank exploded, they were able to calmly and effectively solve the life-threatening problem because they had anticipated potential issues and prepared for various contingencies. Their foresight and preparation saved the lives of the astronauts and ensured the mission's safe return. Dealing with insults. Recall a time when someone's words stung. It's not the insult itself, but our perception of it that causes pain. Use these moments for reflection and growth. For example, if someone calls you lazy, instead of reacting defensively, consider whether there's any truth to it. Use it as a chance to improve yourself. By viewing insults as opportunities for self-betterment, you transform negative experiences into powerful catalysts for personal growth. Dealing with insults involves reframing our perspective and using the experience for self-improvement rather than letting it harm our self-esteem. Oprah Winfrey faced numerous insults and criticisms early in her career, particularly regarding her background and appearance. Instead of letting these comments undermine her, she used them as motivation to improve herself and build a media empire. Her resilience and ability to grow from criticism have made her one of the most influential figures in media. Choosing your response. Imagine holding a remote control to your emotions. You have the power to choose your response to criticism. When faced with negative feedback, recognize your emotions, but don't let them control you. Seek inner strength and practice forgiveness. By consciously choosing your response, you maintain your peace and integrity. This power of choice ensures that you remain in control of your reactions, no matter the external circumstances. Choosing your response is about maintaining control over your reactions and emotions, ensuring that you act in alignment with your values and principles. Malala Yousafzai, after being shot by the Taliban for advocating girls' education, chose to respond with forgiveness and continued her activism. Her choice to promote peace and education, rather than succumbing to fear and anger, has made her a powerful voice for human rights and earned her the Nobel Peace Prize. Gratitude. Picture a jar you fill with pebbles, each representing something you're grateful for. Over time, the jar overflows, symbolizing a heart full of gratitude. Focusing on what you have, rather than what you lack, helps maintain a positive outlook and inner peace. Practice daily gratitude to strengthen your mental resilience. By regularly acknowledging the good in your life, you create a foundation of positivity that can withstand any challenge. Gratitude is a powerful practice that fosters a positive mindset and resilience. By focusing on the good in our lives, we can maintain inner peace and joy. Dick Vujicic, born without arms and legs, practices gratitude despite his physical challenges. He focuses on what he can do rather than what he lacks, inspiring millions with his motivational speeches and positive outlook. His life demonstrates how gratitude can lead to a fulfilling and impactful existence. Self-reflection. Envision a quiet moment at the end of your day, a time set aside just for you. Regular self-reflection promotes personal growth and understanding. Reflect on your thoughts, actions, and emotions. Identify areas for improvement and celebrate your progress. This practice not only enhances self-awareness but also fosters continuous growth. By making self-reflection a daily habit, you nurture a deeper understanding of yourself and your journey. Self-reflection is a key Stoic practice that involves regularly examining our thoughts, actions, and motives to foster personal growth and self-awareness. Benjamin Franklin practiced daily self-reflection, recording his successes and failures in a journal. He assessed his progress toward living by his 13 virtues, continually striving for self-improvement. This habit of self-reflection contributed significantly to his personal and professional achievements. In summary, Stoicism, as taught by Epictetus, emphasizes the power of our reactions, preparation for challenges, and living in harmony with our true nature. By applying these principles, we cultivate resilience, inner peace, and a meaningful life, unaffected by external turbulence. Engage with the Stoic community to share experiences and continue growing together, transforming your life with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism.
Here are 10 powerful ways to pull yourself out of depression and start feeling alive again, backed by real examples and practical advice you can use right now. Depression can feel like a heavy fog, making it hard to see a way forward. But what if I told you that a few small changes, like taking just 5 minutes a day to focus on your breathing or stepping outside for a simple walk, could start lifting that fog? These aren't abstract ideas, they're actionable, proven strategies that have helped thousands. Here's the twist. Not all solutions are obvious. Did you know that helping someone else could help you heal faster? Or that limiting social media can do wonders for your mental clarity? These insights might challenge what you think you know about recovery. This isn't just about feeling better. It's about taking back control, one step at a time. Whether it's establishing a simple daily routine, connecting with people who care, or practicing gratitude in small ways, these strategies work together to rebuild your emotional foundation. Stay with me, because by the end of this video, you'll have practical tools and real hope to tackle depression head-on. Let's dive in. 1. Practice mindfulness daily. Mindfulness is one of the most powerful tools to combat depression, and its beauty lies in its simplicity. Depression often pulls us into the past, dwelling on regrets, mistakes, or lost opportunities, or thrusts us into the future, worrying about uncertainties. Mindfulness allows us to pause and fully experience the present moment, breaking this cycle of negativity. Take my friend Sarah, for example. She used to feel overwhelmed by her daily stress and constant thoughts about her past. Every evening, she'd find herself replaying conversations or worrying about things he couldn't control. One day, her therapist suggested mindfulness meditation. Initially skeptical, Sarah started small. She set a timer for 5 minutes and focused only on her breathing. Whenever her mind wandered, she gently brought it back. After a few weeks, Sarah noticed subtle changes. When she heard birds chirping outside, she paused to enjoy the sound instead of rushing through her morning. She started eating slower, savoring each bite of her meals rather than scrolling through her phone. Mindfulness isn't limited to meditation. It's about being present in any activity. For instance, while washing dishes, you can focus on the sensation of water on your hands or the sound of clinking plates. Similarly, during a walk, notice the colors of leaves, the texture of the ground, or the rhythm of your steps. Studies support Sarah's experience. Harvard research shows that mindfulness can significantly reduce symptoms of depression, by rewiring the brain's neural pathways. You don't need to be perfect at it. The key is consistency. Even if you start with a single mindful breath, you're building a foundation to reclaim your mental peace. As Sarah often says now, mindfulness saved my mind, one moment at a time. 2. Prioritize physical activity. Physical activity is often referred to as a natural antidepressant, and for good reason. Exercise releases endorphins, which are chemicals in the brain that act as natural mood elevators. But beyond the science, real-life examples show how transformative movement can be for mental health. Take Jason, a 35-year-old graphic designer. When he was diagnosed with depression, his therapist suggested regular exercise. Jason hated gyms, so he started small, just walking around his block for 10 minutes each morning. At first, he didn't notice much change, but after a week, he realized his mornings felt a little less heavy, and he was more energized for work. Encouraged, Jason gradually increased his walks to 30 minutes. Over time, he even started jogging and later joined a local running group. The camaraderie of exercising with others added a social element that further lifted his spirits. Today, Jason credits those morning walks with kickstarting his journey out of depression. Physical activity doesn't have to mean grueling workouts or hitting the gym. It's about finding what works for you. Yoga can be a gentle way to combine movement with mindfulness. Dancing to your favorite songs in your living room can be both fun and therapeutic. Even household chores like gardening or cleaning count as physical activity. Scientific studies show that as little as 20 minutes of exercise 3 times a week can significantly reduce depressive symptoms. If motivation is an issue, consider pairing the activity with something enjoyable. For example, walk in a park while listening to an audiobook or podcast you love. The key is to start small and be consistent. Just like Jason, you might find that those initial steps, literally and figuratively, are the start of a powerful journey toward reclaiming your joy and energy. 3. Connect with trusted people. Depression often convinces us that we're alone, but reaching out to trusted people can be a lifeline. Talking about your struggles, even briefly, can make you feel less isolated and create space for support and understanding. Consider Maria, a single mother who struggled with depression after losing her job. She felt ashamed and withdrew from her friends and family, thinking they wouldn't understand. One evening, overwhelmed by her thoughts, she called her best friend, Anna. Although Maria was hesitant to share everything, she simply said, "I'm not okay." To Maria's surprise, Anna didn't judge or offer unsolicited advice. She listened. That conversation became a turning point. Anna encouraged Maria to meet up weekly, even if just for coffee or a walk. Slowly, Maria began to feel less burdened, knowing someone cared. Sometimes it's not about solving problems, but having someone hold space for your emotions. Reaching out doesn't have to be a grand gesture. A simple message like, "Can we talk? I'm having a tough time," can open doors to meaningful connections. If you don't feel comfortable talking to friends or family, consider joining support groups or connecting with a therapist. For example, John, a software engineer battling depression, found solace in an online community where members shared their struggles anonymously. Knowing he wasn't alone gave him hope and strength. Research confirms the healing power of human connection. According to studies, social support significantly reduces depressive symptoms and increases resilience. Even small interactions, a smile, a kind word, or a shared moment, can make a difference. Remember, you're not a burden. The people who care about you want to help, just as you would for them. Take the first step, like Maria did, and you might find that opening up creates the light you've been seeking in the darkness. 4. Establish a routine. Depression can disrupt daily life, making even the simplest tasks feel overwhelming. Establishing a routine provides structure and stability, giving you a sense of purpose and control when everything feels chaotic. For example, David, a college student, found himself spiraling into depression after failing a semester. His days blurred together. He'd sleep until noon, skip meals, and spend hours scrolling on his phone. His therapist suggested building a simple daily routine to regain a sense of normalcy. David started small. He committed to waking up at 7:30 a.m. each day and making his bed. These small wins gave him a sense of accomplishment. Next, he added specific times for meals, study sessions, and exercise. He even set aside 15 minutes each night to reflect on his day in a journal. Initially, it was hard for David to stick to his routine. Some days, he felt too drained to complete every task. But he reminded himself that progress, not perfection, was the goal. Over time, his routine became second nature, and the predictability helped reduce his feelings of aimlessness. Routines don't have to be rigid. The key is to create a structure that feels achievable. For instance, you might start your day with 3 simple tasks. Make your bed, have a healthy breakfast, and spend 10 minutes doing something calming like reading or stretching. Even if depression makes it hard to stick to your routine every day, showing up for yourself in small ways can create momentum. Research shows that routines can improve mental health by reducing decision fatigue and fostering a sense of achievement. David often says now, "Building a routine gave me back my days and eventually my life." By starting small and being kind to yourself, you too can create a roadmap out of depression. 5. Nourish your body. What you eat directly impacts how you feel. Depression can make it tempting to reach for sugary snacks, processed foods, or skip meals altogether. But nourishing your body with the right foods can uplift your mood and provide the energy you need to combat depressive symptoms. Emma, a marketing executive, learned this firsthand. She used to rely on fast food and caffeine during her long workdays, especially when she felt low. Her meals were quick fixes, burgers, chips, and endless cups of coffee. Over time, she noticed her energy levels crashing and her mood worsening. After consulting a nutritionist, Emma made small, manageable changes to her diet. She started incorporating omega-3 rich foods like salmon and walnuts, which are proven to support brain health. She swapped sugary snacks for fresh fruits like blueberries, known for their antioxidant properties. She also added leafy greens like spinach to her meals, boosting her intake of folate, a nutrient linked to improved mood. Within a few weeks, Emma felt the difference. Her energy was more consistent throughout the day, and her depressive episodes felt less overwhelming. She wasn't perfect. There were still days when she indulged in comfort food. But her overall habits shifted toward balance and nourishment. You don't have to overhaul your diet overnight. Start with simple changes, like drinking more water, adding a handful of nuts as a snack, or having a balanced breakfast. Avoid excessive sugar and processed foods, as they can lead to mood crashes. Research backs this up. A 2019 study found that a Mediterranean-style diet, rich in vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and healthy fats, can significantly reduce depression. Remember, food is fuel, not just for your body but for your mind. Like Emma, small dietary adjustments can pave the way to a healthier, happier you. 6. Engage in a creative outlet. Creativity can be a powerful escape from the grip of depression, providing a means to express emotions that might be too difficult to articulate. Engaging in a creative activity, whether it's painting, writing, crafting, or music, can help you process feelings and channel your energy into something meaningful. Consider Mark, a middle school teacher who battled depression after losing his father. Overwhelmed by grief and unable to open up to anyone, Mark felt stuck in a cycle of sadness and detachment. One evening, while rummaging through a closet, he found an old sketchbook from his college days. Hesitant but curious, he decided to start drawing again. At first, Mark's sketches were simple and unstructured, just random doodles while he listened to music. But as he kept at it, he found himself creating more elaborate drawings that reflected his emotions. A stormy sky represented his anger. A serene forest captured moments of peace. These drawings became a visual diary, helping him process his grief in a way words couldn't. Creative outlets don't have to be traditional art forms. Emily, for example, found baking therapeutic. The process of measuring ingredients, kneading dough, and watching her creations come to life gave her a sense of control and accomplishment during a particularly challenging time. Science supports this approach. Studies show that creative activities reduce stress and increase dopamine levels, which play a role in mood regulation. You don't have to be an artist or a chef. Creativity is personal and doesn't require perfection. Start with something simple. Write a poem, knit a scarf, or even color in a coloring book. Like Mark, you may find that expressing yourself creatively not only relieves depressive symptoms, but also reignites a sense of purpose and joy. 7. Practice gratitude. Depression often clouds our perspective, making it hard to see the positives in life. Practicing gratitude can help shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right, even in small ways. By acknowledging the good things, no matter how minor, you can reframe your outlook and reduce depressive symptoms. Take Lisa, a corporate lawyer who fell into depression after a stressful year at work. Her therapist suggested starting a gratitude journal. Skeptical at first, Lisa decided to give it a try. Each night before bed, she wrote down 3 things she was grateful for. The first few entries were simple. I had a good cup of coffee today, the sunset was beautiful, and I finished my work without overtime. Over time, Lisa found herself noticing more positive moments throughout the day, knowing she'd need to write about them later. This small habit shifted her mindset from focusing on her stress to appreciating life's everyday joys. Gratitude isn't just about journaling. It can be expressed in different ways. For example, John, a college student battling depression, started texting a friend or family member each day to thank them for something specific, like their support or a kind gesture. The responses he received deepened his connections and reminded him that he wasn't alone. Research supports the benefits of gratitude. Studies show that regularly practicing gratitude can increase happiness and reduce symptoms of depression by fostering a sense of appreciation and perspective. If writing or texting feels like too much, start mentally listing 3 things you're grateful for when you wake up or before you sleep. Like Lisa, you may find that even in the darkest times, gratitude is a light that can guide you toward healing. 8. Limit social media use. Social media, while a tool for connection, can often exacerbate feelings of inadequacy and loneliness, especially when you're battling depression. The curated highlight reels of others' lives can make you compare your worst moments to someone else's best, deepening the sense of despair. Emily, a 27-year-old designer, discovered this firsthand. After a breakup, she found herself scrolling endlessly through Instagram, seeing happy couples and picture-perfect vacations. It only made her feel worse. Her therapist suggested a 7-day social media detox to break the habit. Reluctantly, Emily removed social apps from her phone and replaced that time with activities like reading and journaling. By the end of the week, she felt lighter and more present in her daily life. Encouraged, she reinstalled the apps, but set boundaries. No more than 30 minutes a day, and no social media in the first hour after waking or before bed. For others, limiting social media can mean unfollowing accounts that trigger negative feelings, or using features to mute posts without unfriending people. John, a college student, replaced scrolling with a healthier habit, going for short walks or calling a friend when he felt tempted to pick up his phone. Studies confirm the negative effects of excessive social media use on mental health. A University of Pennsylvania study found that reducing social media time to 30 minutes a day significantly lowers depression and loneliness. If a complete detox feels daunting, start small. Designate tech-free hours or try apps that monitor and limit screen time. Like Emily, you might find that stepping away from the virtual world allows you to focus on the real one and on the moments that truly matter. 9. Seek professional help. Depression can feel overwhelming, and sometimes self-help strategies aren't enough. Seeking professional help is a brave and essential step toward healing. Therapists, counselors, and psychiatrists are trained to provide tools and treatments tailored to your needs, offering support that can make a significant difference. Consider Alex, a 42-year-old accountant who struggled with severe depression after losing his job. He initially resisted therapy, believing he should tough it out on his own. But as his symptoms worsened, loss of appetite, insomnia, and constant fatigue, his wife encouraged him to see a therapist. Alex began weekly sessions with a cognitive behavioral therapist who helped him identify and challenge his negative thought patterns. Through therapy, Alex realized that his self-worth wasn't tied to his career, and he developed healthier coping mechanisms. His therapist also suggested he consult a psychiatrist who prescribed medication to help stabilize his mood while he worked through his challenges. Professional help isn't one size fits all. For some, therapy alone may suffice. For others, a combination of therapy and medication might be necessary. There are also different types of therapy, such as cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, interpersonal therapy, IPT, or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, each designed to address specific aspects of depression. If cost is a concern, consider community clinics, sliding scale fees, or teletherapy options, which often cost less. Hotlines and support groups can also be valuable resources when immediate help is needed. Remember, seeking help is not a sign of weakness. It's an act of courage and self-care. Just as you'd visit a doctor for a broken bone, reaching out for mental health support is taking the first step toward recovery. Like Alex, you might find that professional guidance becomes a turning point in reclaiming your life. 10. Volunteer or help others. One of the most surprising ways to alleviate depression is to focus on helping others. Shifting attention outward creates a sense of purpose, builds connections, and often brings unexpected joy. Take Priya, a 29-year-old teacher who fell into depression after a painful breakup. She felt stuck in a cycle of self-pity and loneliness. At the suggestion of a friend, Priya began volunteering at a local animal shelter. Initially, It was just a way to fill her weekends, but as she spent time caring for abandoned animals, she noticed a change in herself. Walking dogs, cleaning kennels, and seeing animals find new homes gave Priya a sense of accomplishment. Her depression didn't disappear overnight, but the act of helping beings who needed her made her feel valuable again. Helping others doesn't always require a formal commitment. Simple acts like cooking a meal for a neighbor, mentoring someone younger, or even being a listening ear to a friend in need can have a profound impact. For instance, Raj, an engineer, started tutoring underprivileged kids in math after feeling disconnected in his life. Seeing the children succeed gave him a sense of fulfillment he hadn't felt in years. Research backs up these experiences. Studies show that acts of kindness and volunteering not only boost the well-being of the recipient, but also enhance the giver's mental health by activating the brain's reward systems. If you're unsure where to start, think about causes that resonate with you. Love animals? Volunteer at a shelter? Enjoy gardening? Join a community project? Even online opportunities like mentoring or supporting a charity can make a difference. As Priya often reflects, when I started helping others, I unknowingly helped myself. It reminded me that even in my darkness, I could be a light for someone else. Depression can feel like an insurmountable challenge, but the truth is, even the smallest steps can lead to big changes. Whether you choose to practice mindfulness, start a gratitude journal, or reconnect with loved ones, these strategies can help you reclaim your life, one day at a time. If you found these 10 powerful ways helpful, don't keep them to yourself. Share this video with someone who might need it. And if you haven't already, hit the like button to let us know this content resonated with you. Don't forget to subscribe for more actionable advice to improve your life and boost your mental well-being. I'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. What resonated with you the most? Have you tried any of these strategies, or do you have others to share? Drop your comments below and let's start a conversation. Remember, you're not alone in this. You have the strength to overcome, and every step forward matters. See you in the next video.
Have you ever wondered how some people seem to navigate life's challenges with grace and unwavering confidence? What if you could unlock the secrets to mastering yourself and living a life of purpose and resilience? Welcome to 20 Stoic Tips for Mastering Yourself, Seneca's Way. In this video, we delve into the timeless wisdom of Seneca, the renowned Stoic philosopher, and blend it with practical insights for our modern lives. These lessons are not relics of the past. They are powerful beacons, guiding us towards personal growth and inner strength today. Whether you're a seasoned seeker of wisdom or just beginning your journey, these principles will inspire and empower you. So, fasten your seatbelts as we embark on this transformative journey, exploring the profound teachings of Seneca through the lens of contemporary life. Let's illuminate the path to becoming the best version of ourselves, one timeless lesson at a time. 1. Cultivate a robust mindset. Cultivating a robust mindset involves focusing on solutions and opportunities, even in the face of adversity. Imagine you've just received critical feedback on a project you poured your heart into. Instead of seeing this as a failure, view it as a chance to improve and grow. This shift in perspective can turn obstacles into stepping stones. For example, Thomas Edison famously viewed his thousands of failed attempts to create the light bulb not as failures, but as lessons that each brought him closer to success. Adopting a similar mindset helps you navigate challenges with grace and determination, allowing you to remain resilient and proactive rather than discouraged and passive. This approach not only enhances your problem-solving abilities, but also empowers you to seize opportunities that others might overlook. By training your mind to focus on the positive aspects of any situation, you build a foundation for lasting personal and professional success. 2. Maintain equanimity. Equanimity is the ability to remain calm and composed, even in stressful situations. Picture yourself stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Instead of succumbing to frustration and anger, practice equanimity by taking deep breaths and accepting the situation as it is. This mental calmness allows you to think clearly and respond effectively. A great example of equanimity in action is Mahatma Gandhi, who remained peaceful and steadfast in his principles even when faced with intense opposition and imprisonment. By maintaining equanimity, you can navigate life's ups and downs with grace, making thoughtful decisions that align with your long-term goals rather than reacting impulsively to immediate stresses. 3. Live in alignment with your values. Living in alignment with your values means ensuring your daily actions reflect your core beliefs. Consider a doctor who values health and wellness but leads an unhealthy lifestyle. This disconnect can lead to inner conflict and dissatisfaction. On the other hand, a person who values environmental sustainability might choose to reduce their carbon footprint by biking to work and using reusable products. This alignment creates a sense of authenticity and purpose, as seen in the life of Nelson Mandela, who consistently acted according to his values of equality and justice, even when it meant great personal sacrifice. Aligning your actions with your values ensures a life of integrity and fulfillment. 4. Seek challenges. Embracing challenges is crucial for discovering your true potential. Think of a marathon runner who pushes through physical and mental barriers to complete a race. Each step outside their comfort zone helps them grow stronger and more resilient. For example, J.K. Rowling faced numerous rejections before publishing the Harry Potter series, but each setback only fueled her determination. By seeking out and embracing challenges, you open yourself up to new experiences and opportunities for growth. Whether it's taking on a daunting project at work or learning a new skill, these challenges help you uncover capabilities you never knew you had, building confidence and resilience. 5. Focus on your response. Life is unpredictable, and we often can't control what happens to us, but we can control how we respond. Imagine losing your job unexpectedly. Instead of seeing it as a devastating loss, view it as an opportunity to explore new career paths or start a business. Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor, exemplified this principle. Despite the horrific conditions of the concentration camps, he chose to find meaning and maintain hope. By focusing on your response, you take control of your narrative, transforming adversity into a powerful catalyst for growth and change. This mindset shift empowers you to navigate life's challenges with wisdom and strength. 6. Protect your time. Time is our most precious resource, and once it's gone, it can't be reclaimed. Consider how you spend your day. Are your activities aligned with your goals and values, or are you wasting time on trivial pursuits? Think of Warren Buffett, who famously guards his time fiercely, focusing only on what truly matters. Protecting your time means setting boundaries and prioritizing tasks that contribute to your long-term aspirations. By managing your time wisely, you create more opportunities for growth and fulfillment, ensuring that your daily actions are purposeful and aligned with your broader life goals. 7. Foster empathy. Empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is essential for building strong relationships. Imagine a coworker who is stressed about a deadline. Instead of ignoring their distress, take a moment to listen and offer support. Empathy can transform interactions, fostering deeper connections and mutual respect. Mother Teresa, known for her profound empathy, dedicated her life to helping the poorest of the poor, profoundly impacting countless lives. By fostering empathy, you bridge gaps between people, creating a more compassionate and connected world. This not only enriches your personal relationships, but also contributes to a more harmonious and understanding community. 8. Do the hard things. Greatness often requires effort and resilience. Think of an artist who spends countless hours perfecting their craft, or an entrepreneur who tirelessly works to build their business. Steve Jobs, for instance, faced numerous setbacks but persevered to create Apple. Doing the hard things means embracing physical, mental, and emotional challenges. Whether it's enduring a tough workout, solving a complex problem, or navigating a difficult relationship, these experiences build your character and resilience. By consistently taking on hard tasks, you develop the strength and fortitude needed to overcome obstacles and achieve your goals, ultimately leading to personal and professional growth. 9. Limit your desires. Seneca advocated for limiting desires to achieve contentment. In today's consumer-driven society, it's easy to fall into the trap of always wanting more. Consider someone who constantly buys the latest gadgets, but still feels unfulfilled. Contrast this with someone who focuses on appreciating what they have, leading to a greater sense of satisfaction and peace. Seneca himself lived modestly, finding joy in simplicity. By distinguishing between needs and wants and focusing on what truly matters, you cultivate contentment and reduce the stress that comes from incessant desire. This approach not only leads to greater happiness, but also aligns with sustainable and mindful living. 10. Embrace vulnerability. Vulnerability is often seen as a weakness, but it's actually a sign of courage and strength. Think of a leader who admits their mistakes and seeks input from their team. This openness fosters trust and collaboration. Brené Brown, a researcher and storyteller, emphasizes that embracing vulnerability is essential for meaningful connections and personal growth. By being vulnerable, you allow yourself to be authentic, which deepens your relationships and fosters resilience. Whether it's admitting you don't have all the answers or sharing your true feelings with a loved one, embracing vulnerability can lead to profound personal and relational growth. 11. Choose influences wisely. The people you surround yourself with have a profound impact on your life. Think about the influence your friends, family, and colleagues have on your attitudes and behaviors. Jim Rohn famously said, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." Surround yourself with individuals who inspire and challenge you to be better. For example, Elon Musk surrounds himself with talented and innovative thinkers who push him to achieve greater heights. By choosing positive influences, you create an environment that supports your growth and encourages you to strive for excellence, ultimately shaping the person you become. 12. Be a master of yourself. Self-discipline is the cornerstone of personal growth. Consider an athlete who trains rigorously every day, resisting temptations that could derail their progress. Michael Phelps, for instance, adhered to a strict training regime to become one of the greatest Olympians. Mastering yourself means taking control of your actions, emotions, and decisions. It's about resisting short-term temptations in favor of long-term goals. By cultivating self-discipline, you empower yourself to stay focused on your objectives and make consistent progress toward achieving them. This inner strength is crucial for navigating life's challenges and staying on the path to success. 13. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being present in the moment, fully experiencing life as it happens. Imagine sitting in a park, simply observing the sights and sounds around you without distraction. This practice helps reduce stress and improve focus. Thich Nhat Hanh, a renowned Zen master, advocates for mindfulness as a way to achieve peace and clarity. By being mindful, you can make deliberate decisions rather than reacting impulsively. This presence of mind enhances your ability to enjoy life's simple pleasures and respond thoughtfully to challenges, ultimately leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. 14. Live with intention. Living with intention means making deliberate choices that reflect your goals and values. Consider someone who wakes up each day with a clear plan to work toward their dreams, rather than passively going through the motions. Oprah Winfrey, for example, has spoken about living intentionally, aligning her actions with her purpose. By setting clear intentions, you take control of your life's direction, ensuring that your daily activities contribute to your broader aspirations. This purposeful approach helps you stay focused and motivated, creating a life that is meaningful and aligned with your deepest values and desires. 15. Embrace continuous learning. Continuous learning is essential for personal and professional growth. Think of a professional who regularly takes courses and reads books to stay updated in their field. Bill Gates, for instance, is known for his voracious reading habit, which fuels his knowledge and innovation. By committing to lifelong learning, you equip yourself with the skills and knowledge needed to adapt and thrive in an ever-changing world. Whether it's through formal education, online courses, or self-study, embracing continuous learning keeps your mind sharp and opens up new opportunities for growth and advancement. 16. Make others better. Inspiring and uplifting. Others creates a positive ripple effect. Imagine a teacher who goes beyond the curriculum to mentor and encourage their students, helping them achieve their full potential. This dedication not only impacts the students' lives, but also enriches the teacher's sense of purpose. Martin Luther King Jr., for example, dedicated his life to making others better, advocating for equality and justice. By helping others grow, you not only contribute to their success, but also enhance your own character and legacy. This act of giving and support fosters a community of mutual growth and positivity. 17. Say yes to what matters. Prioritizing essential tasks that align with your goals is crucial in a world filled with distractions. Think about someone who declines a tempting but irrelevant opportunity to focus on their primary career objectives. Steve Jobs famously said that focusing is about saying no to hundreds of other good ideas. By saying yes to what truly matters, you ensure that your time and energy are dedicated to pursuits that align with your long-term goals. This selective approach helps you stay on track and make meaningful progress, ensuring that your efforts lead to significant and impactful outcomes. 18.
Gratitude is a powerful tool for fostering contentment and resilience. Take a moment today to reflect on what you're thankful for. Simple brushes, a warm cup of coffee, significant achievements.
Studies have shown that practicing gratitude can enhance your overall well-being. Oprah Winfrey, a strong advocate of gratitude, keeps a daily gratitude journal. By acknowledging and appreciating the blessings in your life, you shift your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant, cultivating a positive outlook that strengthens your ability to navigate challenges and maintain a sense of happiness and fulfillment. 19. Practice the art of reflection. Regular self-reflection is crucial for personal growth. Set aside time each day to think about your actions, decisions, and their alignment with your goals. Consider journaling your thoughts and experiences, as Leonardo da Vinci did, to gain insights into your strengths and areas for improvement. This practice helps you learn from your successes and mistakes, guiding your journey of self-discovery. Reflection acts as a compass, providing direction and clarity for your path forward. By examining your life regularly, you make deliberate changes that propel you toward becoming the best version of yourself. 20. Cultivate resilience through adversity. Adversity is a powerful teacher. Instead of viewing setbacks as failures, see them as opportunities for growth. Consider the story of Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, but emerged as a leader who transformed a nation. His resilience through adversity became a beacon of hope and strength. By embracing challenges and learning from them, you build the resilience needed to face life's uncertainties with confidence. This mindset transforms obstacles into opportunities, allowing you to grow stronger and wiser with each experience, ultimately leading to a more robust and adaptable character. There you have it, 20 timeless lessons inspired by the great Seneca, presented with a contemporary perspective. These principles hold the power to transform your life, helping you become better at everything you do. Remember, it's not about achieving perfection, but about making continuous progress. By embracing these lessons, you can cultivate a resilient mindset, master yourself, and live in alignment with your values, creating a life of authenticity and purpose. As you incorporate these teachings into your daily routine, you'll find yourself better equipped to handle whatever life throws your way. You have the power to apply these lessons and become the best version of yourself. Thank you for joining me on this journey of self-discovery and growth. If you found value in these principles, please take a moment to like and subscribe to support the channel. By doing so, you become part of a community dedicated to continuous learning and personal development. Your engagement empowers us to keep sharing valuable insights and wisdom.
Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. True wisdom is vast and cannot be fully understood or possessed by one person alone. It requires collective understanding and sharing. It takes a whole village to raise a child. Raising a child is a communal effort that involves the support and guidance of the entire community, not just the parents. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Working alone may yield quick results, but teamwork and collaboration lead to sustainable, long-term success. The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. Neglected individuals may resort to drastic measures to gain attention or a sense of belonging. However long the night, the dawn will break. No matter how difficult or dark a situation is, it will eventually pass and give way to better times. The fool speaks, the wise man listens. Wisdom often involves listening and understanding before speaking, whereas foolishness is marked by hasty, uninformed speech. A bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. When there is no enemy within, the enemies outside cannot hurt you. Inner peace and self-confidence make external threats less harmful. You learn how to cut down trees by cutting them down. Practical experience is the best teacher. You learn by doing. Rain does not fall on one roof alone. Hardships and blessings are shared experiences that affect many people, not just one individual. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Those who resort to violence often do so because they lack the ability or willingness to engage in rational discourse. Do not look where you fell, but where you slipped. Focus on understanding the cause of your mistakes rather than the consequences. To try and fail is not laziness. Making an effort, even if it results in failure, is commendable and not the same as being lazy. A child's fingers are not scalded by a piece of hot yam which its mother puts into its palm. Parents or guardians often protect their children from harm, even in challenging situations. A chattering bird builds no nest. Talking too much without action leads to unaccomplished goals. Wisdom does not come overnight. Gaining wisdom is a gradual process that takes time and experience. He who learns, teaches. Knowledge is meant to be shared, and those who learn should also teach others. A single bracelet does not jingle. One person's efforts or actions may go unnoticed. Collaboration amplifies impact. A man who uses force is afraid of reasoning. Resorting to violence often indicates a fear of logical argument or persuasion. If you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent the night with a mosquito. Even the smallest actions can have a significant impact. Knowledge is like a garden. If it is not cultivated, it cannot be harvested. Knowledge requires nurturing and continuous effort to be useful and beneficial. So, a bird will always use another bird's feathers to feather its own nest. People often use resources or knowledge from others to improve their own situation. He who refuses to obey cannot command. To lead effectively, one must also know how to follow and respect authority. The axe forgets, but the tree remembers. Those who cause harm may forget their actions, but those who are harmed remember. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. And seeing is different from being told. Experiencing something firsthand is more impactful and convincing than hearing about it secondhand. One who loves you warns you. True care and concern often come with honest warnings and advice. Even the best cooking pot will not produce food. Having the best tools or resources is useless without the skills or effort to use them. There is no medicine to cure hatred. Hatred is a deep-rooted emotion that cannot be easily remedied or cured. You do not teach the paths of the forest to an old gorilla. Experienced individuals do not need to be taught what they already know well. Turn.
10 subtle ways your friends are using you and how to deal with this problem. Friendships are one of life's greatest gifts. They provide us with joy, support, and the companionship we crave in a chaotic world. At their core, true friendships are built on mutual trust and respect, a balance of giving and receiving that enriches both lives. But not all friendships are as balanced as they appear. Some relationships can take a subtle, toxic turn, where one party exploits the other's goodwill. What makes these situations so difficult to detect is their quiet nature. Manipulation often wears a mask of normalcy. This isn't to suggest that every friend who asks for a favor is using you, or that the occasional misstep is malicious. We're all imperfect, and friendships naturally ebb and flow. However, when the imbalance becomes a pattern, when you feel more drained than uplifted, it's time to pause and reflect. Are you being valued, or are you merely being used? The purpose of this guide is not to sow distrust, but to help you recognize subtle red flags in friendships. It's about fostering awareness so you can make wise decisions about the relationships you nurture. While it's important to be kind and forgiving, it's equally vital to protect your energy and respect yourself. Approach these signs with a level head and a fair heart. Stoicism teaches us to judge actions, not intentions, and to remain calm in the face of discomfort. Use this wisdom to assess your friendships objectively. If you find evidence of imbalance, you owe it to yourself to take action, not in anger or haste, but with quiet dignity and firm resolve. After all, a wise person knows the value of their time and spirit and will not waste it on relationships that lack reciprocity. 1. Only contacting you when they need something. A true friendship thrives on mutual interest and shared experiences, but if a friend only appears when they need something, a favor, advice, or money, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. These interactions might initially seem harmless, even natural, but when they become the foundation of your connection, it's a sign of imbalance. Imagine a friend who calls you only to vent about their problems or ask for your help moving apartments. While you're happy to support them, you notice a pattern. Once their need is met, they disappear until the next crisis. Over time, this one-sided dynamic begins to weigh on you, leaving you feeling like a resource rather than a valued individual. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what we can control. You cannot control another's intentions, but you can control how you respond. Reflect on the friendship with honesty. Does this person engage with you for who you are, or merely for what you provide? If the latter, it's essential to recognize the pattern and decide how much energy you're willing to invest. A wise person values their time and energy, offering it to those who reciprocate. It doesn't mean cutting people off at the first sign of selfishness, but setting boundaries. Start by being less available for their requests and observe their reaction. Genuine friends will adjust, showing interest in your life. Those who are using you will likely fade away. Both outcomes bring clarity, allowing you to invest your energy where it is truly appreciated. 2. Never being available. When you need help or support. Friendship is a two-way street. While it's natural for one person to need more support at times, the overall balance should reflect mutual care. A friend who is consistently unavailable when you need help, yet expects you to be their rock, is demonstrating a concerning lack of reciprocity. Picture this scenario. You've been there for a friend through their tough breakup, offering a listening ear and advice late into the night. Months later, when you're struggling at work and reach out, they're too busy or dismissive of your struggles. Over time, these repeated absences erode trust and make you feel unvalued. In Stoic philosophy, relationships should foster harmony and growth. If someone constantly takes without giving back, they disrupt this balance. This doesn't mean expecting tit-for-tat gestures, but recognizing that a true friend will show up when it matters, even if it's inconvenient for them. Address the issue with quiet courage. Instead of making accusations, share how you feel. For example, I've noticed I'm often there for you, but when I need help, it feels like you're unavailable. Can we talk about this? Their response will reveal the depth of their care for you. If the imbalance persists, take solace in the wisdom that not all friendships are meant to last. Invest your energy in those who genuinely support you, remembering that you deserve relationships that uplift, not drain, your spirit. 3. Frequently cancelling plans, unless it's convenient for them. We all lead busy lives, and plans occasionally fall through. However, if a friend consistently cancels on you, unless it suits their convenience, it signals a lack of respect for your time and the relationship. Consider this. You've planned a coffee date, rearranged your schedule, and looked forward to catching up. Hours before meeting, they cancel, citing vague reasons or suggesting rescheduling at a time more convenient for them. This becomes a pattern, with them dictating the terms of your interactions. Over time, it feels as though your time and effort are inconsequential to them. A Stoic approach to such behavior involves recognizing what this says about their values. Actions, not words, reveal true character. If a friend repeatedly prioritizes their convenience over your shared commitments, they may not value the friendship as you do. Address the issue with calm firmness. Mention the pattern and how it affects you. I've noticed plans are often cancelled, and it feels like my time isn't valued. Can we find a way to make our meetups work for both of us? A genuine friend will acknowledge this and work to improve. Should they continue to prioritize convenience over commitment, take it as a sign to focus your time on relationships that respect and value you. Life is too short to waste on those who fail to recognize the importance of shared time and connection. 4. Manipulating you into feeling guilty to meet their demands. A true friend respects your choices and boundaries. However, someone who uses guilt to manipulate you into meeting their demands is exploiting your kindness. Guilt tripping is a subtle yet potent form of control that preys on your sense of obligation. Imagine this scenario. You've declined a favor because you're stretched too thin, but your friend responds with statements like, "I thought you were the one person I could count on," or, "If you really cared, you'd help me." These words aren't a genuine appeal. They're a tool to coerce you into compliance while disregarding your feelings or capacity. Stoic wisdom teaches us to separate what is in our control from what isn't. You cannot control someone else's attempt to manipulate, but you can control how you respond. Recognize that guilt tripping reflects their insecurity or self-centeredness. It is not a reflection of your worth or loyalty. When confronted with guilt-driven demands, pause and reflect. Are you saying yes because you want to, or because you feel coerced? Politely but firmly assert your boundaries. "I care about you, but I can't help this time. I hope you understand." A genuine friend will respect your limits. A manipulator may persist or react negatively, revealing their true intentions. Remember, your time and energy are precious. Stoicism reminds us to act in alignment with reason and integrity, not out of fear or guilt. By standing firm, you protect your sense of self and encourage healthier dynamics in all your relationships. 5. Borrowing money or items and never returning them. Lending a hand or a few dollars is a natural part of friendships. But when a friend repeatedly borrows money or items without returning them, it signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for your trust and resources. Picture this: a friend frequently forgets to pay you back after borrowing money or holds on to things you've lent them indefinitely despite reminders. Over time, this pattern erodes trust and leaves you feeling used. While occasional forgetfulness is human, repeated occurrences suggest carelessness or entitlement. A Stoic approach involves managing your expectations. Marcus Aurelius advised us to act virtuously without expecting the same in return. However, there is wisdom in protecting yourself from exploitation. Lending something with the expectation of never seeing it again can be freeing. It eliminates disappointment. That said, if the borrowing becomes a habit, it's crucial to address it. Communicate openly, yet calmly. I've noticed that when I lend you things, they don't always come back. Let's make sure this doesn't become a pattern. Observe their response. A genuine friend will apologize and make amends, while someone who is using you may become defensive or dismissive. In the future, consider limiting what you lend or setting clear terms. Protecting your resources doesn't make you selfish. It shows you value your own well-being. A wise person understands that trust, once broken, must be rebuilt with actions, not empty promises. 6. Taking credit for your ideas or accomplishments. True friends celebrate your achievements and acknowledge your contributions. However, some people subtly steal the spotlight, taking credit for your ideas or accomplishments. This behavior not only undermines your efforts, but also reveals their insecurity. Imagine working on a project together, pouring your heart into it, only for your friend to present it as their own during a meeting. Or perhaps you shared a creative idea in confidence, only to hear them recount it as their original thought in a group setting. While they may excuse it as harmless, it chips away at the trust in your relationship. Stoicism teaches us to remain indifferent to external validation and focus on internal integrity. While accolades are gratifying, they should never define your self-worth. Still, it's essential to address disrespect when it arises to preserve healthy dynamics. Call out the behavior tactfully. I noticed you mentioned the idea we discussed, but it wasn't clear it was something we worked on together. Watch their reaction. A true friend will acknowledge the oversight and correct it. Someone using you may downplay or justify their actions. Going forward, protect your ideas by setting boundaries. Share sensitive information selectively and clarify your expectations up front. Remember, recognition from others may fade, but the wisdom of acting with integrity remains. Value yourself enough to demand respect and seek friends who honor your efforts and contributions without envy or deceit. 7. Exploiting your skills or resources without reciprocation. A friendship should be a balance of giving and receiving, but some friends use your unique skills or resources for their own benefit without offering anything in return. While helping out occasionally is normal, constant exploitation indicates a lack of respect for your time and talents. Consider this. A friend frequently asks for free graphic design help, access to your network, or advice in your area of expertise. While they're quick to call when they need something, they rarely show interest in your life or offer to help in return. Over time, you begin to feel like a service provider rather than a valued friend. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the value of reciprocity in relationships. Epictetus reminds us to focus on what aligns with our values. If a friendship feels transactional, it may be time to reevaluate whether it reflects your principles. Helping others is virtuous, but not at the cost of being taken for granted. Set boundaries with clarity and grace. Politely decline unnecessary requests. I'd love to help, but I'm focusing on my own commitments right now. Observe how they respond. A true friend will understand and respect your time. Someone using you may push back or guilt trip you. Seek relationships where your generosity is matched by genuine appreciation and reciprocity. Your skills and resources are valuable, and a wise person shares them with those who respect and honor their worth. 8. Using you as an emotional dumping ground. Sharing emotions is a cornerstone of deep friendships, but it becomes problematic when one friend offloads their struggles while disregarding the other's feelings. If a friend consistently uses you as an emotional dumping ground, they may be taking advantage of your empathy. Imagine a friend who calls you after every argument with their partner, venting for hours without pausing to ask how you're doing. When you try to share your struggles, they quickly steer the conversation back to themselves or dismiss your concerns. Over time, this one-sided emotional exchange leaves you feeling drained and unimportant. Stoicism encourages us to remain calm in the face of others' emotions, but it also reminds us to protect our own peace. You can't pour from an empty cup. If a friendship becomes an emotional burden, it's time to set limits. Gently bring up the imbalance. I value our talks, but I've noticed we mostly focus on your challenges. I'd love for us to support each other more evenly. A genuine friend will appreciate this and adjust their behavior. If not, consider how much energy you want to invest in the relationship. Prioritize your emotional well-being by seeking friendships where support flows both ways. A wise person knows that true connection involves listening as much as sharing and values relationships that nourish rather than deplete their spirit. 9. Being excessively competitive or jealous. Healthy friendships celebrate mutual success, but when a friend is overly competitive or subtly jealous, it undermines the relationship. This behavior often manifests as backhanded compliments, subtle one-upmanship, or minimizing your achievements. Picture this. You share exciting news about a promotion, only for your friend to respond with, "That's great, but my new role has way more perks." Or perhaps they point out minor flaws in your accomplishments like, "Congrats on your marathon. I bet you'd do even better if you train like I do." These comments leave you feeling deflated instead of celebrated. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own progress and not compare ourselves to others. However, it also emphasizes the importance of surrounding ourselves with people who uplift us. A competitive or jealous friend often projects their insecurities, creating an environment that stifles rather than supports. Address the behavior calmly. I've noticed that when I share my successes, the conversation shifts to comparisons. "I value your input, but I'd also love to feel celebrated." A true friend will acknowledge this and make an effort to change. Seek friends who share your joys and motivate you to grow. True strength lies in fostering relationships that encourage collaboration and mutual respect, not competition. 10. Showing a lack of interest in your life. Friendship is a shared journey, but when a friend shows little interest in your life unless it benefits them, it reflects a lack of genuine care. This behavior often manifests as shallow conversations, forgetfulness about important details, or steering discussions toward their needs. Imagine sharing exciting news about a personal milestone, only for your friend to reply with a distracted, "That's nice," before launching into their own stories. Or worse, they only seem engaged when they need something from you. Over time, this disregard for your experiences can make the relationship feel hollow. A Stoic perspective encourages self-respect and the pursuit of meaningful connections. Marcus Aurelius advised focusing on what enriches our lives and letting go of what doesn't. If a friend consistently shows disinterest, ask yourself whether their presence aligns with your values. Raise the issue tactfully. I've noticed that we don't talk much about what's happening in my life. I'd love for us to connect more deeply. Their response will reveal their true investment in the friendship. Invest your energy in relationships where mutual interest and care are evident. Surround yourself with friends who not only hear you but truly listen, for such connections are the foundation of a fulfilling life. A wise person values relationships that honor both parties, fostering growth and connection in equal measure. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Recognizing subtle signs of being used is the first step, but addressing these behaviors requires courage, clarity, and self-respect. Friendships are meant to nurture and uplift, not drain your energy or diminish your worth. Here are constructive ways to handle these situations while preserving your peace and dignity. 1. Recognize patterns and reflect on the relationship's balance. Begin by observing the dynamics of the relationship. Is it consistently one-sided, with you giving more than you receive? Are you left feeling unappreciated or invisible? Reflection, a key Stoic practice, helps you detach from emotions and assess the situation rationally. Journaling your experiences can bring clarity and highlight recurring patterns that might have gone unnoticed. 2. Set clear boundaries and communicate openly. Boundaries are essential for healthy relationships. Politely but firmly communicate your feelings and needs. For example, if a friend frequently cancels plans, say, "I value our time together and would appreciate more commitment to our meetups." Setting boundaries doesn't make you unkind, it shows you respect yourself. 3. Test the friendship. If you're unsure of their intentions, test the relationship by asking for support. A genuine friend will rise to the occasion, while someone using you may find excuses or deflect. For instance, ask for help with a task you typically handle for them and observe their reaction. This small test often reveals the true depth of their care. 4. Practice self-care and redirect your energy. Focusing on yourself is not selfish, it's essential. Engage in hobbies, pursue personal goals, and build connections with those who truly value you. Surrounding yourself with supportive, positive people will naturally help you distance yourself from toxic dynamics. Remember, a wise person prioritizes their well-being and avoids relationships that drain their spirit. 5. Seek support if needed. If these situations weigh heavily on you, seek counsel from trusted friends or a professional. Sometimes, an objective perspective can provide insight and strength. Discussing your feelings openly can help you make decisions with clarity and confidence. By addressing these issues with calm resolve and self-respect, you honor your own worth. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity and align our actions with our values. You have the power to choose relationships that reflect mutual respect and care, creating space for those who truly deserve a place in your life. Friendships are among the most enriching parts of life, but only when they are built on respect, trust, and reciprocity. Recognizing the subtle ways someone might be using you is not about fostering suspicion, but about ensuring your relationships are healthy and balanced. As you navigate these dynamics, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Focus on what you can control: your actions, your boundaries, and your choices. Let go of relationships that undermine your peace and invest in those that uplift and inspire you. By valuing yourself, you naturally attract connections that reflect that value. Ultimately, the strength of a friendship lies not in its longevity, but in its quality. Prioritize relationships that honor mutual growth, kindness, and respect. True friends will celebrate your successes, support you in struggles, and cherish you for who you are, not for what you can provide. A wise life is one surrounded by meaningful connections, and you deserve nothing less. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and insights. Your support helps us create content that inspires and empowers. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you experienced any of these subtle signs in your friendships? Share your takeaways or personal stories in the comments below. Let's keep the conversation going and help each other build stronger, healthier connections.
Here are 10 terrible signs you're being manipulated. Signs so subtle they might be controlling your life without you even noticing. Think about this. Has someone ever made you feel guilty for saying no, left you questioning your reality, or used affection as a tool to get their way? These aren't just annoying behaviors, they're calculated strategies to keep you under their control. But here's the twist. You don't have to stay trapped. The ancient Stoics faced manipulation in their own time, and their wisdom can help you recognize and resist it today. In this video, we'll break down these 10 toxic behaviors and show you how Stoic principles can arm you against them. Whether it's emotional coercion, gaslighting, or weaponized flattery, you'll learn how to reclaim your power and build a fortress of inner peace. Stick with me. You'll walk away stronger, smarter, and completely unshakable. 1. Emotional coercion. The silent manipulation. Have you ever felt an uncomfortable weight on your shoulders, like someone was making you responsible for their feelings or decisions? Emotional coercion works this way. It's subtle, yet it has a profound impact on your sense of freedom. A friend might say, "If you don't come to my party, I'll be so hurt." Or a partner might suggest, "You don't love me if you won't do this for me." These statements plant seeds of guilt, fear, or obligation, manipulating you into compliance. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote. It teaches that our emotions and reactions are entirely within our control. Epictetus reminds us, it's not events themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about them. In this case, the manipulator's words are not the problem. Our reaction to them is. Emotional coercion succeeds when we let others' feelings dictate our actions, but as Stoics, we aim to act according to reason and virtue, not emotional pressure. To relate this to my own life, I once had a colleague who was particularly skilled at emotional coercion. They often framed their requests with phrases like, "You're the only person I can rely on," or, "If you don't help me, I'll be in serious trouble." These statements made me feel obligated to prioritize their needs over my own. It wasn't until I started studying Stoic philosophy that I realized how much power I was handing over. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By applying this principle, I began pausing before reacting. When faced with guilt-laden pleas, I asked myself, am I responsible for their feelings? Is this aligned with my values? I learned to set firm but compassionate boundaries, responding with statements like, "I understand this is difficult for you, but I can't commit to that right now." The beauty of Stoicism lies in its practicality. It doesn't ask us to shut down our emotions, but to manage them wisely. Emotional coercion thrives on our inability to separate others' feelings from our own responsibilities. By staying grounded, assessing situations rationally, and acting in alignment with our principles, we can break free from this subtle yet destructive form of manipulation. In doing so, we regain control over our actions and emotions, preserving our inner peace. 2. Gaslighting, doubting your reality. Have you ever walked away from a conversation doubting what you know to be true? Gaslighting, a tactic often used by manipulators, is designed to distort your perception of reality. It's when someone denies facts, twists events, or accuses you of being overly sensitive to make you question your memory, judgment, or sanity. Statements like, "That never happened," or "Me gestorci," "You're imagining things," are hallmarks of this manipulation technique. The Stoics teach us to anchor ourselves in reason and objective reality, protecting our inner clarity from external distortions. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth." Stoicism encourages us to focus on facts, not emotions, when evaluating situations. Gaslighting works when we lose confidence in our reasoning, but the Stoic approach empowers us to remain steadfast in our understanding of the truth. In my own experience, I once had a friend who would routinely dismiss valid concerns I raised by saying, "You're blowing things out of proportion." Over time, I started to question whether my feelings were valid. However, I began applying Stoic principles by keeping a journal to document events and conversations. This gave me an objective record to reference, helping me differentiate between my own perceptions and the manipulator's version of events. When faced with gaslighting, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what evidence do I have for my perspective? Am I being led by reason or by someone else's narrative? If the situation allows, calmly challenge the manipulator with facts. "Actually, I remember this differently. Here's what I recall happening." However, the key is not to engage in emotional arguments. They thrive on confusion. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot control others' actions, we can control our response. Grounding ourselves in truth and logic weakens the manipulator's grip. By trusting our rational mind, we safeguard our confidence and avoid falling prey to gaslighting. 3. Excessive flattery. Sweet words with bitter intentions. Have you ever been overwhelmed by compliments, only to realize later that they came with strings attached? Excessive flattery is a manipulator's tool to gain your trust and lower your defenses. They might say things like, "You're so amazing. No one else could do this as well as you." While it feels good in the moment, it's often a calculated attempt to exploit your desire for approval. Stoicism warns us against attaching our self-worth to others' opinions. Seneca advised, "A wise man is neither elevated by praise nor depressed by blame." Excessive flattery becomes manipulation when we rely on it to feel validated. A Stoic knows that true worth comes from living virtuously, not from the approval of others. I recall working with someone who constantly praised my work, telling me, "You're the best team player we have." I felt proud, but soon noticed a pattern. Every compliment was followed by a request, often for tasks that weren't my responsibility. Stoicism helped me step back and evaluate their motives. Were they genuinely appreciative, or was their praise a prelude to manipulation? To handle such situations, focus on staying humble and grounded. Acknowledge the compliment, but don't let it cloud your judgment. Instead of feeling obligated, calmly assess the request's merit. Say, "Thank you for the kind words, but let me consider if I can help with that." Flattery only works as manipulation when we let it. By cultivating inner confidence and focusing on virtue, we can appreciate genuine praise without being swayed by excessive or insincere compliments. A Stoic mind remains balanced, neither inflated by flattery nor diminished by criticism. 4. Isolation. Cutting you off from support. Manipulators often isolate you from your support system to gain more control over your decisions. They might subtly discourage you from spending time with friends or family, claiming that those relationships are not in your best interest. Over time, you find yourself distanced from the people who provide strength, perspective, and emotional stability. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of meaningful relationships and community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, hands, eyelids, or the rows of the upper and lower teeth." This reminds us that human connections are essential, not obstacles to be removed. Recognizing attempts at isolation allows us to remain connected to the relationships that nourish and support us. In my life, I once dealt with someone who constantly questioned my closest friendships. They would say things like, "Are they really there for you?" or "I think they're jealous of our bond." Their subtle remarks made me doubt my friends and rely more on the manipulator for support. But when I applied Stoic principles, I started to see through their tactics. By evaluating relationships objectively, I realized the manipulator's claims didn't align with reality. To counter isolation, actively nurture your relationships and seek diverse perspectives. Stoicism teaches us to act in accordance with reason, and part of that involves valuing the people who truly care for us. Don't let anyone dictate whom you can or cannot trust without evidence. Stay grounded and maintain the connections that bring balance and joy to your life. 5. Playing the victim. Weaponizing helplessness. Manipulators often present themselves as victims to elicit sympathy and shift the burden of responsibility onto you. They might recount endless tales of mistreatment or unfairness, subtly implying that it's your duty to make things right for them. While compassion is a virtue, Stoicism warns us against allowing pity to cloud our judgment. Epictetus advised, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." Manipulators exploit your kindness, but it's essential to remember that their circumstances are outside your control. You cannot solve every problem they present, nor should you feel obligated to. I encountered someone who frequently lamented their misfortunes, from financial woes to strained relationships. Initially, I felt compelled to help, offering my time, energy, and resources. However, their problems persisted, and I began to notice a pattern. They weren't seeking solutions, just attention and compliance. Stoicism helped me step back and ask myself, am I truly helping, or am I enabling their behavior? The key to dealing with this manipulation is to approach it rationally. Offer support when appropriate, but set clear boundaries. Ask yourself whether your involvement aligns with your values, or if it simply feeds their dependency. By focusing on what you can control, your actions and intentions, you prevent their victimhood from dictating your choices. 6. Exploiting vulnerabilities, using your weaknesses against you. A manipulator will often identify and exploit your vulnerabilities, turning your fears, insecurities, or desires into leverage. They may subtly remind you of past failures or insecurities, using them to steer your decisions in their favor. Stoic wisdom teaches us to embrace self-awareness and strengthen our inner resilience. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Recognizing and accepting your vulnerabilities is the first step to preventing their misuse. By owning your flaws, you take away the manipulator's power to use them against you. I once confided in someone about my fear of failure in a project. Later, when disagreements arose, they would say things like, "If you don't do this my way, you might regret it later." Their words tapped into my fear, making me doubt my instincts. But through Stoic practice, I learned to confront my insecurities directly. By reminding myself that failure is a natural part of life and a chance to grow, I stopped allowing them to control me through fear. Strengthening your inner fortitude weakens the manipulator's influence. Accept your vulnerabilities, but don't let them define you. A Stoic faces weaknesses with courage and works to transform them into sources of strength. 7. Withholding information, controlling through secrecy. Manipulators often withhold crucial information to maintain control over you. They might selectively share details, leaving you feeling uncertain or dependent on them for clarity. By keeping you in the dark, they can shape narratives and steer your decisions in their favor. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of truth and clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your understanding be clear and distinct, and your judgments unaffected by mere appearances." To counter this manipulation, a Stoic seeks facts and avoids making assumptions based on incomplete information. I've experienced situations where someone withheld key details in a professional setting, framing the situation in a way that suited their agenda. It wasn't until I asked specific questions and sought other perspectives that I realized I wasn't getting the full picture. The Stoic principle of rational inquiry helped me take a step back and recognize that clarity comes from actively seeking knowledge rather than passively accepting what's given. When you suspect someone is withholding information, remain calm and ask direct, respectful questions. Don't allow fear or frustration to cloud your judgment. Instead, approach the situation methodically, seeking the facts before drawing conclusions. Stoicism teaches us to remain grounded, ensuring that secrecy and uncertainty cannot easily manipulate us. 8. Love bombing and deprivation, emotional whiplash. Love bombing and deprivation are manipulation techniques that work in tandem. First, the manipulator showers you with affection and attention, creating a sense of dependency. Then they withdraw abruptly, leaving you craving the connection they once provided. This cycle keeps you off balance, questioning what you did wrong and striving to regain their approval. Stoic wisdom reminds us to find stability within ourselves, rather than seeking it from external sources. Epictetus taught, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Manipulators use emotional highs and lows to keep you tethered, but a Stoic learns to detach from such extremes and seek balance within. I've faced this manipulation in a personal relationship where intense affection was followed by sudden coldness. Each time, I found myself trying harder to fix the dynamic. Once I embraced Stoicism, I realized their behavior was outside my control. By focusing on my own sense of worth and emotional balance, I broke free from the cycle. To resist this tactic, cultivate emotional independence. Appreciate love and kindness when it's genuine, but don't allow your happiness to hinge on someone else's behavior. A Stoic finds peace in their own actions and principles, not in the fluctuating attention of others. 9. Excessive control, dictating your choices. Manipulators often attempt to control your decisions, dictating how you should think, act, or even feel. They may frame their interference as care or concern, saying things like, "I just want what's best for you," while subtly steering you toward their desired outcomes. Stoicism champions personal agency and the ability to live in alignment with your values. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Manipulators thrive when we surrender control, but the Stoic path is about reclaiming autonomy and making choices based on reason, not external pressure. I once had a mentor who frequently overstepped, insisting their advice was the only path to success. At first, I followed their guidance, but it began to feel stifling. Applying Stoic wisdom, I reflected on my own goals and principles. Were their suggestions truly aligned with what I valued, or was I letting them dictate my life? By setting boundaries and making decisions rooted in my convictions, I regained control. To counter excessive control, calmly assert your independence. Thank the person for their input, but remind them and yourself that the ultimate decision is yours. A Stoic lives authentically, guided by inner principles rather than external dictates. 10. Blaming and shaming, deflecting responsibility. Manipulators often use blame and shame as tools to deflect responsibility onto you. They may accuse you of being selfish, ungrateful, or incompetent, making you feel as though you're at fault for their shortcomings or failures. Stoicism teaches us to accept responsibility for our own actions while rejecting unjust criticism. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." When manipulators try to shame us, we can choose not to internalize their words. I've dealt with someone who frequently blamed me for their mistakes, saying things like, "This wouldn't have happened if you had supported me better." For a time, I believed them, but Stoic reflection helped me see that their failures weren't my burden to bear. I learned to separate valid feedback from baseless accusations, focusing on what I could control, my own actions and responses. When confronted with blame or shame, pause and reflect. Ask yourself whether the criticism is justified. If it is, take accountability and grow from it. If it isn't, let it pass without allowing it to disturb your peace. A Stoic knows that their worth is not determined by others' judgments, but by living virtuously and staying true to their principles. Manipulation thrives in the shadows, but with the clarity and resilience that Stoic wisdom provides, you now have the tools to recognize and resist it. By identifying these 10 signs and staying anchored in your values, you can protect your peace and reclaim your personal freedom. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it. It really supports the channel. Subscribe for more Stoic insights and practical advice to empower your daily life, and I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs resonated with you the most? Or do you have your own experiences or takeaways to share? Drop them in the comments below. I read and value every single one. Together, let's build a community grounded in wisdom, strength, and mutual support. See you in the next video.